Chapter 15:12. The medicinal tree really did grow. In the blink of an eye, it already reached 6 zhang in height, the 3 leaves turning into 3 branches. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, surging there. One could vaguely hear scripture sound from the top of the tree. This tree was too strange, quickly growing to 6 zhang in height, and then it stopped growing. Its trunk was a purple-brown color, the old bark cracked, as if it had grown for endless years, engraved with the great changes of time. Every single piece of old bark was the size of a palm, as if they were dragon scales. On the tree, the 3 branches seemed to be giving birth to all things. Primal chaos was hazy, the leaves flourishing, all of them sparkling purple. Every single leaf was like a world. The purple leaves were too special, carrying dewdrops. Every single water droplet was like a star, hanging on the leaves, reflecting the myriad scenes of the world, the great changes of the world. The 6 zhang great tree didn't seem like it had just grown at all. It gave off an endless ancient feeling, as if it had existed here since the creation of the world. The leaves on the tree moved without wind, sparkling and shining, accompanied by primal chaos. There were even more purple clouds covering this place, the divine atmosphere astonishing. When the leaves collided with each other, scripture sounds rang out, transmitted from the era when the world was opened. The old man was shocked. He felt like he really had to eat back the words he said, because he really did look like he hadn't seen the world before, his mouth wide open. Now he was stupefied. The old man felt that this was too absurd, that this type of thing shouldn't have happened. However, the real situation really was playing out, and he was personally witnessing it. Inconceivable, hard to believe. He even suspected that he was going insane. He forcefully pinched himself, the pain making his face twitch. He opened his mouth, eyes widened, and then he walked forward step by step, touching the ancient tree. It was rough and sturdy, as if the scales of an ancestral dragon covered the trunk. The entire ancient tree was flourishing, its roots endless, extending out from the jar. Apart from absorbing the strange earth, it was also absorbing the power of the earth vein below the mountain. Chu Feng closed his eyes, not moving at all. He was listening to the scripture sounds, comprehending the strange and special great Tao sounds. He vaguely saw countless light particles scattering down on the dusky great earth, dancing about. Was this because he sensed something, so he was able to sense something, comprehend something? He had just understood a few secrets of the pollen evolution path, and now he saw these scenes in his mind. That scripture sound was extremely mysterious and also extremely special. It continuously reverberated, as if it came from beyond heaven and earth, above the heavens, beyond the endless worlds. Someone was chanting scriptures. It couldn't be heard clearly, extremely indistinct, but could make one feel as if they were undergoing a baptism, as if their life level was undergoing a leap, their entire being becoming tranquil. At this moment, many of the questions Chu Feng had about evolution that had puzzled him for many years seemed to have been answered. He stood up and closed his eyes. It was as if he was receiving guidance, about to be enlightened to develop the unmatched great Tao in his heart. Beneath the great tree, Chu Feng stretched out his body and brandished his ultimate fist. In the blink of an eye, fist imprints surged like thunder and immortals, exploding everywhere and causing the belly of the mountain to rumble. In the next moment, he used the wonderful 7 treasures technique again. Several kinds of divine lights surged, making him look like an immortal lord in the sky, supreme and dignified and peerless. Olgu took a step back. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The flower hadn't even blossomed yet, but Chu Feng was already enlightened. The heavenly deity level was extremely important. It was rumored that one could hear the breathing of the heavens, able to comprehend the great Tao truths of the world's creation, able to resonate with the undying. The old man could tell that Chu Feng directly comprehended the Tao, as if he was reversing the flow of time, moving upwards along the long river of time, wishing to reach the source, wishing to reach the absolute beginning and comprehend the highest Tao fruit. However, the pollen hadn't appeared yet. The fruit hadn't even grown yet. So how could he have been baptized by those special scriptures? The old man was doubtful, extremely puzzled. He also heard the scripture sounds as if it came from beyond the world, a river that transcended time, directly transmitting it here. However, he couldn't comprehend it, unable to experience anything. The old man believed that this great tree was extremely sinister, special, and strange. While he was shocked, he also felt great reverence. Not good. Chu Feng, wake up. You stepped onto the wrong path, gone mad. Your flesh is going to rot. The old man shouted. Under the great tree, Chu Feng's fist imprints were unmatched, his entire body shining. However, there was something wrong with him. His entire body was festering, his flesh releasing a rotting smell, his entire body about to fall off. This scene was extremely terrifying. The old man understood clearly what this signified. When 100 half-Empyrean ascended, 99 of them would fail, dying miserably. Rotting, this was one of the most terrifying things. When one reached the later stages of the pollen evolution path, they would definitely encounter this type of great trouble, a disaster. Normally speaking, after this type of situation appeared, it was extremely difficult to reverse, unless one had special life-saving immortal medicines on them. The old man himself encountered this type of problem. Of course, his problem wasn't that serious, just a bit of rotting, but he still forcefully made it through. Right now, Chu Feng's illness was simply beyond cure, his entire body festering, flesh separating, his entire body about to fall off. The rotting smell was especially strong. Even though his fist imprints were still resplendent, still releasing auspicious light, his body was extremely inauspicious, even more so than a 10,000-year rotting corpse. However, even though old Mandarin shouted over there, Chu Feng didn't hear at all, as if he didn't sense anything at all, still operating all types of secret methods, displaying his own Tao. Later on, he even began to cultivate the 7 deaths body. A laughter that made one's blood run cold sounded, cold and ice cold, making one feel as if they fell into an ice house. The gray creature broke free, currently closing in on Chu Feng, about to throw itself at him. The old man became nervous. This thing still came to interfere at the crucial moment, the consequences even more unimaginable. Dang! He held the lid of the stone container in his hands, directly smacking it over. The gray creature originally didn't fear the old man, but when it saw that this was a part of the container, it immediately revealed fear, throwing itself at Chu Feng even more fiercely. You could just stay here for me. The old man flipped out. However, before he took action, even though Chu Feng's eyes were closed, deriving his own Tao, shutting himself off from the inner world, he seemed to have sensed danger, moving on his own. 5 streaks of divine light surged from his back, immediately sweeping over the gray creature. He grabbed it in his hands, and then a fist smashed through it, almost killing it. The gray creature cried out loudly, incomparably miserable. A small half of its body collapsed, turning into gray matter, absorbed by Chu Feng's decaying body, completely refined. Then, Chu Feng tossed it onto the ground, stepping on it with one foot, deriving his own method again, immersing himself in a special state. The old man was stupefied. He shouted loudly, "You're going to die, your flesh is falling off, wake up." This was indeed the case. Chu Feng's situation worsened, large amounts of flesh falling off, the decaying aura pervading the air, becoming even stronger. Suddenly, Chu Feng opened his eyes, waking up from that wondrous state of enlightenment. He saw his flesh falling off, his body rotting, his expression naturally changing. The pollen evolution path was terrifying after all. There really wasn't any luck to speak of. If one continued step by step, in the end, they would still encounter a disaster of death. This path became more and more dangerous the further one went, almost ending everyone's lives. This was also the reason why there weren't many ultimate creatures in the last great era. Even the great universe couldn't escape death in the end, because it was too difficult to make it through the early stages. In the end, they would rot, mutate, and die before reaching the middle and late stages. Chu Feng lowered his head to look at his palm, flesh falling off, revealing sparkling pure white finger bones. However, he didn't feel any pain, brandishing his fists, fist radiance still dazzling, incomparably domineering. What was this? Was he going to die? Unknowingly, without feeling pain, was he going to rot into dust? Chu Feng sensed danger. Many of his predecessors died like this, unable to make it through it all. This was especially the case for people like him who didn't go through any accumulation, advancing triumphantly all the way, but in the end, he would be dealt with. This path was like cursed. Right now, he had this type of feeling. This path had already been cut off, a huge problem had occurred. He seemed to have been cursed. What am I cursing? Who can curse this evolution path? Who can take my life? Chu Feng was unwilling, raising his head toward the sky. In that instant, his expression became terrifying. Half of his originally delicate and pretty face decayed, falling off, only leaving behind white bones. Bang! Divine flames soared from his body, and the small gray millstone inside was operating frantically, but it was useless. He was still rotting. The next moment, he began to inscribe the golden runes that originated from the stone jar, but he still couldn't change anything. This seemed to be the internal cause of evolution. It was unavoidable, and external forces couldn't stop it. His body and even his soul light seemed to be rotting. At this time, Chu Feng spread out his palm and discovered that his pure white bones were beginning to dim, about to rot. I don't believe that I'll die. I've never been defeated in the same domain. This is just a rotten transformation at the same realm as me. What does this count as? Get lost, shouted Chu Feng. His body shone, and even though most of his flesh had fallen off, he still stood with his head held high without fear, still brandishing his fists. Gradually, he calmed down. Regardless of whether his body was rotting or not, he concentrated on comprehending the evolution process. Amidst the scripture sounds, 60 to 70% of his flesh fell off. It was terrifying, but Chu Feng's heart became increasingly peaceful and tranquil. Comprehension and action were one. He had once told Yu Shang that he didn't fear rotting. The so-called indescribable should only be a tribulation that the universe had to go through during the evolution process. Just now, even he himself was shaken. Now he was fearless. If he died, then so be it. If he didn't die, he would become even stronger. Now that he had comprehended this process, he was completely unafraid of the rotting death process. As expected, there were no gains or losses from the change in his mentality. Now he had sunk a step further into enlightenment and was comprehending the Tao. The scripture sounds emitted by the tree were like tangible runes that sprinkled down, causing Chu Feng to change even further. In the end, 80% of his body had rotted and fallen off. So much so that even his bones were rotting and didn't have their luster anymore. But as time went on, this kind of deterioration became weaker and weaker. It gradually stopped and couldn't advance a step further. Evolution, getting rid of the impurities and retaining the essence, forgetting life and death. Without the heart of gain and loss, would it be safer? The old man was shaken. This was because he discovered that Chu Feng had stopped his decline. Not only that, but his flesh began to wriggle about. His bones released kungxiang sounds as they became even more lustrous and sturdy. However, how many people could remain calm and fearless at this moment? Over 90% of people would go crazy when they saw their bodies rotting, and they would all want to resist. Even if they could remain calm, how many people could endure it? They might not necessarily succeed. The way the old man looked at Chu Feng changed. This demon's talents were great, and at the same time, his body's resistance was too terrifying. He actually resisted the calamity of rotting. The old man suspected that if Chu Feng walked the path of the universe, could he really succeed and walk all the way to the end? One had to know that from ancient times until now, there had never been a universe that lived to the end. In the end, they all died miserably, unable to endure all kinds of terrifying changes. Of course, The rotting of Chu Feng today was far from being comparable to that of the universe. Moreover, the universe wasn't just a type of decay. There were also all kinds of unimaginable tribulations. Later on, his flesh was reborn, and he gradually recovered. And at this time, on the great tree, a flower bud was growing. All of the scripture sounds seemed to turn into tangible symbols that gathered towards the flower bud. The purple leaves flickered and a pure white flower bud the size of a bowl appeared between them. Then with a bow sound, it suddenly bloomed just like that. The old man stared blankly in the distance. This medicinal tree was too mysterious. It grew up in an instant and bloomed in an instant. It was simply unimaginable. He had never heard of this type of medicinal herb before history. In the next moment, the huge medicinal flower swayed gently. It was pure white and flawless. A large amount of white mist poured down from within, enveloping Chu Feng. The fragrance was intoxicating. In a split second, all of the pores on Chu Feng's body relaxed. His entire body was relaxed, and his entire being was about to leave the ground. He was about to ascend into the sky, becoming incomparably agile. He was submerged in light particles, and his entire body was being nourished. The dual Tao fruits in his body were both sublimating, transforming, evolving on all fronts. Chu Feng's flesh was becoming stronger, and his spirit was flourishing. He was becoming more and more extraordinary. He himself could feel his own strength rapidly increasing. Hung Long, his body violently trembled. He had broken through and entered an even higher domain. The two Tao fruits advanced at the same time. The quality of Chu Feng's body rose in all aspects, and his strength rose sharply. A gale stirred up, making it so that the old man couldn't stand still. He was forced to stagger far away by the powerful momentum. And at this time, Chu Feng's body underwent another vicious change. Indescribable changes appeared all over his body. All kinds of strange patterns extended all over his body like iron chains, wanting to bind him and strangle him to death. In the end, the old man was shocked because he could clearly hear the sound of iron chains colliding. It was ice-cold and ear-splitting. On the surface of Chu Feng's body, the patterns that appeared were like real iron chains. They tightened tighter and tighter, binding his soul and wanting to thoroughly strangle him. Is there still justice in this world? He is only at the Empyrean realm. Yet there is such a great killing tribulation. This kind of strange transformation is too terrifying. The old man was anxious, but he couldn't help. That was an internal cause, a problem with the evolver himself. Perhaps it was because he hadn't accumulated enough experience and evolved too quickly. It was also possible that he had long since been contaminated with inauspicious things. Chu Feng was still expressionless. He was practicing martial arts and displaying everything he had learned. He circulated the robbery induction breathing technique, and his mouth and nose were full of white mist. He was trying to fuse all the wonderful arts and fist scriptures together and truly make them his own. At this time, he didn't fear death or evil changes. In the end, although his body showed signs of decay and the iron chains tightened, he was also becoming stronger. Boom! His body blossomed with dazzling light as the iron chain patterns on his body were forcibly broken. His flesh was flawless, and his soul was pure. Those strange patterns were no longer present. On the ground, the gray creature that had been stomped into the soil by Chu Feng was horrified. It trembled and simply couldn't believe that this man could even erase those patterns. From its point of view, these patterns were strange among strange. As soon as they appeared, those who were contaminated by them would definitely rot. If they didn't become corpse servants, they would die. The gray creature recognized that this was the aura released by its ancestor-level creature. Not long ago, something had happened at the Soul River. Could it be that this person had been contaminated there? Chu Feng was transforming. His entire body was flawless and increasingly resplendent. He was even more resplendent than the sun. He clenched his fists slightly, and the void collapsed. He was incomparably tyrannical. Is he going to succeed? The old man was astonished. Chu Feng's heart was very calm. This time, both Dao fruits were advancing at the same time. He still wanted to find an opportunity to let the other Dao fruit be contaminated with the aura of the Great Yin realm. However, he couldn't care so much right now. He would think about it when he had the chance to enter the Great Yin realm in the future. Rumble. His body shone, and his soul was dazzling. A rain of light scattered down from his body as if the scenes of the past had reappeared. Countless light particles appeared and submerged him. This was an ancient path, a broken path. An evolutionary path that had disappeared for countless years had now reappeared. Peerless dual venerables. The old man said softly. He didn't need to think too much. Just from seeing this scene, he knew that Chu Feng's evolution was quite perfect. He had succeeded. Who could still contend against this domain? The third sect master. Chapter 15:13. An ancient road stretched into the distance, but one could see that at the end of the road was broken. This was extremely strange. During Chu Feng's evolution, a road actually appeared. It stretched across the world. It was very blurry and very profound. It seemed to have existed for billions of years and had been buried in dust and forgotten by history. Now, a small section of the hazy outline of the broken road was revealed. How could Chu Feng be satisfied with his current cultivation? He still wanted to be stronger. Now, although his two Dao fruits had ascended together and his body was as bright as the sun, the two Dao fruits resonated in his flesh and blood. This was not the end. Next, he still had to break through to the Grand Empyrean realm. You, the old man was shocked, and his pupils shrank. You are still not a Grand Empyrean? This horrified him. How was this possible? This was because he clearly felt a powerful aura that forced him back. Chu Feng was definitely not weaker than a Grand Empyrean. Buzz. The void trembled and the world instantly darkened. Nothing could be seen in the distance. At this moment, the belly of the mountain was like the depths of the universe, vast and distant. The darkness became the background. That road was becoming more and more real. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, it was as if he had never seen the world before. He was shocked many times and found it hard to believe his eyes. The surroundings of this road were very dim, like the night sky. It was easy to get lost. There was endless darkness in the distance, and nothing could be seen. Only near the road, light particles scattered down to guide the way forward. Unfortunately, the road was broken. There was a black moat ahead, as if it had been split open by a sharp blade. This was very evil and terrifying. A road of evolution was only a road in people's hearts. How could it appear like this, and even show the scene of it being split open? The black crack was the end of the road, separated by a boundless abyss. It was unknown what was happening on the other side. Fog filled the air, as if there was something terrifying wailing on the other side. The old man stood in the distance and quietly watched. He felt a chill run down his back. Was this the end of the pollen evolution road they had to walk? It was unknown what would happen if they really reached the end one day. Today was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. In his many evolutions in the past, there had never been such a special, true path appearing beside him. Chu Feng was also greatly touched. After seeing the last piece of the truth from the stone jar, he once again felt the connection between man and nature. Or, to be more precise, was it the mutual connection between man and the truth? Boom! Dazzling light erupted from his body as he walked his own path. He was going to make another breakthrough and become a Grand Empyrean. However, this time, the amount of pollen was obviously less, and even the tree was a little dimmer. Not good. Chu Feng's mind was trembling. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Was there not enough almighty-grade alien soil? Old Gu's eyes were also staring blankly. He naturally saw that the leaves on the tree weren't as brilliant as before. All types of spiritual essence and energy were gathering towards the flowers. The old bark of the 60 feet tall tree cracked even more, and the primal chaos mist also became much thinner. What the hell? The old man was stupefied. Regardless of whether it was an Empyrean or Great Empyrean, They were all in the same great domain, yet they had used up several portions of great being Earth. Moreover, was this still not enough? In the darkness, a long black blade slowly approached. It was so clear, cold, and terrifying that it could cut apart the great Tao. It pointed straight at the space between Chu Feng's eyebrows and silently chopped down. Chu Feng was astonished. What was this? A curtain of light rose on its own around his body like a thick divine wall to block this blade. However, the blade was icy cold and frightening. It was like a reincarnation blade from hell that could cut through everything. His protective light curtain couldn't stop it and was easily cut open. This path is truly strange and unpredictable. Nothing is out of the ordinary, but there's actually this kind of material-like blade attack. Chu Feng slowly raised his fist and used the ultimate fist. He also engraved the golden runes that had manifested from the stone jar. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. The slightest bit of carelessness during the evolution process would lead to a miserable death, so he had to go all out. Dang! His fist blossomed with a dazzling beam of light. It struck the black blade and actually produced a true metallic sound. In the blink of an eye, the black blade was pushed back and disintegrated on its own. It turned into dozens of pieces and transformed into jet black beams of light that rushed into Chu Feng's body from all directions at an inconceivable speed. I knew it. How could the aura left behind by an ancestor-level existence be so easily dealt with? The true killing move is here. Curse him. Under Chu Feng's feet, the gray creature was excited. It was incomparably excited in secret. Chu Feng let out a muffled groan as dozens of beams of light rushed about in his body. He had suffered an inexplicable obstruction, and even the flickering broken path in front of him was about to disappear. Obstructing my path and cutting off my evolutionary prospects, he realized that it was still that strange energy that had entangled his body like iron chains not long ago. Now, it had become even more fierce. Within his body, the gray grinding stone rotated and frantically absorbed the beams of light. At the same time, he was also operating the robbery induction breathing technique. Roar! All of a sudden, the humanoid monster sealed in the reincarnation earth broke free and pounced toward Chu Feng's body. It was too ferocious and simply impossible to evade. This was the result of the blood monster Chu Feng had slashed out. It had accidentally come into contact with a small amount of cosmic pollen and was originally formed from a mixture of his blood and strange substances. Now, at the critical moment of his evolution, the blood-colored humanoid monster had also attacked and merged with him once again. The old man was anxious. This was simply inexplicable. Those things had directly entered Chu Feng's body and had become one with him. He couldn't help even if he wanted to. There were internal troubles and external aggression. All of the bad things gathered together, and all of them happened. If it was anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. They would have perished on the spot. Even Chu Feng's body was shaking violently, and blood was dripping from all his pores. A single mistake would have consigned him to eternal damnation, and he might even die a miserable death. That's fine as well. Let all the hidden dangers erupt, and I'll deal with them all at once. This kind of tempering is the best touchstone. If I can endure it, I'll be the strongest. However, another bad thing appeared. In front of him, the 6-meter-tall old tree became increasingly dim. Its purple leaves were withering, and the entire body was swaying with rustling sounds, especially since the flowers were about to wither and there was no pollen falling down. Chu Feng took steps forward and continuously activated the famed mountain's domains. He absorbed the energy of the underground ancestral vein and nurtured the cracked bark of the tree. Even so, he couldn't make the flower bud bloom again. The only consolation was that he had stopped it from withering. The next moment, the entire tree shrank continuously and condensed into a 3-meter-tall, half-closed flower bud which fell into the stone jar. It seemed to be in hibernation, completely silent and motionless. This was terrible. Chu Feng was still evolving and wanted to continue breaking through. Moreover, he was under the threat of death, and there were all kinds of hidden dangers within his body. Something big had happened. but the pollen was gone and couldn't provide him with any help. Old Goo couldn't bear to watch. His face was deathly pale. What was going on? Was the heavens jealous of the heroic genius? He truly felt pity for Chu Feng. The medicine tree had a problem at the most crucial moment of evolution. This was the most fatal, and there was nothing more harmful than this. Without a catalyst and an evolutionary primer, it was difficult to communicate with the mysterious factors between heaven and earth. It would greatly increase the activity of the cells in the body and make it difficult for them to evolve. So much so that an organism that had experienced such a tragic change might even degenerate its original body and undergo the most terrifying state of exhaustion. Chu Feng closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He circulated his breathing technique, and not only did his pores breathe in and out, but even his soul was also breathing in and out. The two resonated with each breath. In the end, he forgot everything. He performed his own technique over and over again, stepping on his own path. Boom! A small bell rumbled within his body. It expanded from the center and spread outwards, scattering a fair amount of black light. Next, countless small swords, tens of thousands of them, formed from golden runes. They were so small that they were almost invisible as they flowed within his blood and washed his entire body. Amidst the hissing sounds and shrill screams that made one's scalp go numb, it was as if terrifying ghosts were being annihilated one after another, their heads chopped off. Many malignant substances were cut out from within Chu Feng's body. They were then obliterated and expelled from his body. The next moment, 5 incomparably brilliant beams of divine light rushed out from within his flesh. This was the wonderful 7 treasures technique. He had only found 5 precious substances at the moment, so the multicolored auspicious clouds appeared and blossomed splendidly. This kind of light swept through everything and started from within his body. It obliterated much of the blood mist and malignant substances, driving them out and purifying them. Very soon, Chu Feng used all kinds of techniques, such as the immortal bird race's nirvana technique recorded in the ancient books he had taken from the martial madman's armory. In addition, he used the lightning fist, the Vairocana fist, and various other techniques. They all merged together and contained powerful golden runes to purify him. Later on, all the malignant substances had been eliminated. He had actually completely resolved the hidden danger on his own. However, Chu Feng's body was also riddled with holes. It was a major problem. He closed his eyes and remained unmoved as he tried his best to perceive the blurry, broken path in front of him. He chanted scriptures and circulated his breathing technique to draw upon the light particles that originally existed between heaven and earth. They were the spiritual substances he had seen before. They were the countless special pollen particles that had been covered up by time and buried in dust. They began to appear. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth rotated and reincarnation reversed. Everything seemed to have changed. The path in front of Chu Feng became increasingly clear, and the broken path could be touched within reach. The old man was shocked and couldn't help but touch the path that extended toward him. It actually really existed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng stood on it. There was boundless darkness in the distance, but there were light particles on the path. They danced like fireflies in the night sky and gathered toward him. I want to become stronger. If there comes a day when I lose the seed and the stone jar, I can still evolve. He muttered calmly and indifferently. At this moment, he was completely immersed in a special Tao realm. He illuminated the ancient path, meditated on the light particles, and absorbed the mysterious substances that emitted light. These substances originally existed between heaven and earth. They weren't created by anyone and weren't left behind for anyone. If one could obtain anything, they would have to rely on themselves. Buzz! The void resonated. Countless light particles danced about in the darkness and surged toward the broken path, submerging Chu Feng. He was like a human-shaped beam of light. His tattered body was recovering. At the same time, he was fusing with his own techniques. He gained more and more comprehension, and his entire being was sublimating. At this moment, he felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. It was like an eternal moment, a person's spirit leaving their body for a short period of reincarnation. In the end, Chu Feng took a firm and confident step forward on the broken path. Boom! The instant his foot landed on the ground, the entire path began to tremble and shake. Countless specks of dust fell from the sky, making the ancient path more and more visible. It was like he had polished a treasure, allowing the path to see the light of day again. Chu Feng's body recovered, and his strength increased explosively again. He had broken through. Without relying on the pollen, his dual Dao fruits evolved again. It was just a pity that he was so close to becoming a celestial venerable hung. As for the grand celestial venerables, they had naturally been trampled by him. Now he could be considered a celestial venerable hung, and his strength had reached the extreme. Everything ended, and the place quieted down. Old Goose stood there in a daze and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Today's evolution had been full of twists and turns. He was trembling in fear and panic. It was simply too dangerous. Fortunately, Chu Feng's evolution was successful. It was perfect. This allowed Old Goo to heave a sigh of relief. The gray creature was in an extremely miserable state. It was stomped into the earth by Chu Feng, and its body was almost sucked dry. Now, it was only the size of half a fist. It was a tragic sight to behold. Chu Feng's entire body was sparkling, and even his hair was resplendent. In particular, the human king blood in his body was slowly transforming. It emitted faint purple multicolored light, and it was about to advance. He was already close to the dual eternal deity realm, and with this addition, he could display great power with every movement. Now, even if he encountered a powerful existence, what could he do? What was there to fear? Success. Old Goo's eyes were burning with passion. He felt that the strange soil he gifted out was worth it. Today, his horizons were truly broadened. He actually saw that ancient path. This definitely had far-reaching effects. There was actually someone who could see through the true path that had disappeared. It was too unexpected. Old Goo felt that this would give him a reference for his future evolution. After all, he had seen something different just now. It's done. However, I have to hurry up and let the seed grow again. I should also completely become a hung king. Now, what Chu Feng was most worried about was that the seed had shrunk after growing into a medicinal tree. It actually stopped there, neither advancing nor retreating. Too many accidents had occurred. They walked out of the belly of the mountain and arrived at a plain. In an instant, Chu Feng's communicator rang incessantly. Then, he received all kinds of audio and video messages. G-Dade, where the hell have you been? You stood me up. This dragon isn't finished with you. Chow, you bastard. You've tricked me again. This seat will remember this. Just wait and see, I won't let you off. There's not a single good thing in the degeneration. You're all as cowardly as a mouse. You said you would attend the meeting. Where's your integrity? Where's your conscience? All of them were sent by the strange dragon. It was cursing Chu Feng and was furious that he didn't appear. Long Dayu waited at the agreed location for a long time. He wasted a lot of time, but he didn't even see a single strand of hair. He was furious. He felt that he had been played by Chu Feng again. He wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. In particular, he had prepared a big gift and was waiting to deal with Chu Feng, but that bastard actually didn't show up. Chu Feng contacted him immediately and said, Dayu, where are you? I'm Brother Dade. I've been delayed on the road. Tell me a place, and I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. I'll rush over immediately. You dog, don't try to trick me again. This dragon won't fall for it. Long Dayu was furious. I'm really not tricking you. I'm really going this time. Chu Feng said very honestly. That was because he really wasn't lying. He was going to rob the strange dragon. Even if the strange dragon had set up an ambush and called in the mighty ones to stop him, he wasn't afraid. He would see who was tricked. Really? Green light shone from the depths of Long Dayu's eyes. It's true. Chu Feng replied in a tone of absolute certainty. Chapter 15:14. Long Dayu's face was still a bit dissatisfied after hearing his affirmative answer, but he was very excited inside. He could finally take care of this bastard. Then, He pretended to be annoyed and even a bit indifferent as he set a new meeting place with Chu Feng. This time, Chu Feng readily agreed and promised that he wouldn't be late. After ending the call and putting away the communicator, Chu Feng noticed that old Gu was staring at him with a strange expression on his face. "You want to kill that strange dragon," old Gu said leisurely. Now, Chu Feng had almost 2 eternal venerable Dao fruits. His strength was boundless, and he definitely had the means to kill almighty experts. At this time, if Chu Feng went to fulfill his promise and that strange dragon appeared in high spirits, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. Chu Feng retorted, "You can't say that. It's clear that it wants to trick me. This dragon is too evil. I just want to defend myself. I've never heard of it." Preparing in advance and taking the initiative to go and defend itself, old Goose said disdainfully. Then, he suddenly became serious and said, "You have to be careful. Don't capsize. Since this strange dragon dares to do this, it most likely has a safe method to kill you." Chu Feng became serious after hearing this. He also realized that he might have been too careless. This strange dragon wasn't a simple creature. Since it dared to hunt him, it would definitely be very sinister. You should know that you're only a quasi-Hengzun after all. You haven't truly stepped into that realm yet. Even if you were to fight against a powerful being, it would still cause quite a commotion. It's impossible for you to kill them silently. Creatures of that level are far more powerful than you can imagine. What if there are 2, 3, or even 4 of them? Do you think you can resist the joint attack of such powerful beings? Old Gu's words startled Chu Feng. This strange dragon might really be able to find 4 almighty experts. If he was defeated by Long Dayu instead, it would be disastrous. Most importantly, Chu Feng knew that if he fought with the almighty experts brought by Long Dayu, the commotion would be too great and the Yuan tribe would be alerted. In that case, he might not be able to empty out the nests of the 3 mighty figures that he had reserved. So, I have to kill the Yuan clan first. I have to kill them one by one without anyone knowing. Then, I will harvest Long Dayu's strange land. Chu Feng rubbed his chin, contemplating. If that was the case, he would have to stand Long Dayu up again. He reckoned that the strange dragon would be infuriated and resent him greatly. However, Chu Feng was sure that even if he stood Long Dayu up again, Long Dayu would still agree to meet him next time. All of this was because the strange dragon's resentment towards him had deepened. Actually, it's not that troublesome. There's no harm in standing that strange dragon up again. What is appetite? When I come out of seclusion, the 2 of us will go together, and any problem will be solved. Old Goose said confidently. He wanted to enter the realm of the almighty experts and have Chu Feng protect him. Then, you would have to wait for a while. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this strange dragon really has a lot of influence and tricks up his sleeves, he might be able to invite 4 or even 5 almighty experts at once. Considering that I'm not a true, dual, eternal paragon of Dao fruit cultivator, I might really fail miserably. Chu Feng was very calm. He wasn't careless just because of his breakthrough. He reflected on himself and became serious. He decided to accompany old Gu. Chu Feng thought, "Strange dragon, I'm sorry. Go and stomp your feet. Whether you're fuming with anger or vomiting blood, it's none of my business for now." Just like that, the strange dragon was stood up once again. At this time, the strange dragon was excitedly calling out to his old friends. Old Gu and Chu Feng had expected that the worst situation was about to unfold. The strange dragon called out all of his old friends from his previous life. As for how many of them would come, he wasn't sure. However, there were at least 3 or 4 of them. "You dog, you won't be able to escape this time. I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Don't you know who this Lord Dragon is? I take my revenge and never suffer losses. You're dead for sure." He didn't know that he was going to miss his appointment again. If he knew, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. "Again, don't tell me we're being played again this time. Big Dragon, forget it. Listen to me and don't provoke that guy. I feel uneasy. He's not easy to deal with." 3 people immediately responded to Big Dragon. They were once his best friends. When he went to the meeting for the first time, these 3 people had followed him. In the end, they waited for half the night and didn't even see a hair. "Don't worry, he'll definitely come this time. Moreover, there won't be any problems. I've invited a few more people. If they also arrive, I feel that we can provoke the old expert and even conquer a few famed mountains. Long Dayu vowed solemnly and assured them. Then, he ended the conversation and went to make his preparations. Time passed, and another night fell. Long Dayu arrived on time. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its pure radiance sprinkling down on the beautiful mountain, making the whole mountain hazy, as if it was covered in a layer of divine silver splendor. Long Dayu got himself a recliner and was very pleased. He came early and lay there, humming a little tune as he waited for Chu Feng to appear. He was very much looking forward to it. Not long after, a total of 5 illusory figures appeared and disappeared in a flash. They were all secretly greeting him. 5 supreme experts. If this news were spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It was just a barren mountain, but it actually attracted 5 supreme experts in one night. This was a huge commotion. One could imagine how powerful the strange dragon's connections were. Everyone, this brother of mine, will definitely compensate me. I dare to guarantee on my honor that he has a huge secret on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen so quickly and become King Hung. The strange dragon was willing to pay a huge price to invite his old brothers, but it wasn't just to vent his anger. He also wanted to fish up a huge sum. Based on his instincts, he felt that there was something strange about Chu Feng and that he was hiding a huge secret. The bright moon hung in the sky, the pine trees rustled, and clear springs flowed over rocks. The scenery was like a painting. Long Dayu was in a great mood as he quietly waited for Chu Feng to walk into the trap. Then there was no then. He waited until daybreak. His old brothers were all speechless and silently left one by one. In the end, he still didn't see the degeneration appear. Long Dayu let out a long howl. He was so angry that he felt he was really going to vomit blood. Mother Kerr, people can't be so shameless and stand me up again. He couldn't understand. What kind of bad taste did this damn degeneration have? Was he deliberately making fun of him? There was no meaning at all. Long Dayu was about to go crazy. If he saw Chu Feng, he would definitely beat him to death. What made him feel most ashamed was that a person could fall into the same pit twice. Unfortunately, he was such a person. For 2 days in a row, he was tricked into eating dew in the desolate wilderness and enjoying the mountain wind. That damn degeneration. Was this something a human would do? What made him most indignant was that although his old brothers didn't say anything and left in silence, the impact was even more serious. What did they think of him? There's nothing good about the degeneration. Mother Kerr, I'm going crazy. Long Dayu was really about to cough up blood. His vision turned black, and he really wanted to kill someone. At this moment, his communicator rang. Then, when he saw who it was, his eyes immediately turned red. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he wanted nothing more than to crush the communicator. But in the end, he still endured it and answered. He wanted to see what else Chao had to say. He was really going too far. However, Chu Feng's words almost made him go berserk and his mentality explode. Dayu, I'm your brother to Do I need you to introduce yourself? I know it's you. Long Dayu wanted to roar. Besides, who are you treating as a brother? You've stood me up again, and you still dare to call yourself a brother? I've tolerated you for a long time. I'm going to beat you to death. However, Chu Feng didn't give the strange dragon a chance to fly into a rage. He quickly explained, his saliva flying everywhere, and his tongue wasn't tied up. He spoke very smoothly. An almighty being chased me for an entire night. I almost died. Look, I'm covered in blood and injuries. Many of my bones are broken. It's too miserable. I swear I'll take revenge. The strange dragon was dumbfounded as he looked at the other side of the screen. That damned and shameful degeneration was indeed covered in blood. He was sitting weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. He was so tired that his tongue was about to fall out. Long Dayu was secretly pleased and felt much better. If he didn't have to pretend, he would have shouted that the heavens had finally opened their eyes. Dayu, I'm going to recuperate and recover. Tonight, I'll crawl over even if I have to crawl. If there's another accident and I can't keep the appointment, let me be struck by lightning. I'll be rotten, strange, and inauspicious for the rest of my life. Chu Feng's vicious vow left the strange dragon dumbfounded. He sighed inwardly that this fellow was truly ruthless. If he dared to make such a vow, did it mean that he wouldn't stand him up this time? Tonight, I'll see you at the old place. If I don't go over, I'll let my Tao foundation collapse and my soul light turn to ashes. Wait for me. Chu Feng ended the conversation after he finished speaking. Long Daiyu was speechless. He was originally unbearably angry, but now he was lost in thought. At the same time, he was also very conflicted about whether he should believe him or not. If he believed him, would he still be able to ask his old brothers to take action? He was somewhat indignant. He had visited him 3 times in a row. Even his own brothers would be a little annoyed. This made the strange dragon want to beat Chu Feng to death even more. This bastard had repeatedly stood him up and made him lose too many favors. He couldn't explain it to his old brothers. Now, how could he still open his mouth? In the end, he clenched his teeth and contacted his old brothers again. No matter what, he didn't want to let go of the opportunity to deal with Chu Feng. If he didn't hang Chu Feng up, he felt that there was no justice in the world. He swore that he had to capture that hateful G-Dade. However, some of his old brothers didn't want to talk to him anymore. The strange dragon's old face was flushed red. He tried to explain in every way possible. In the end, only 3 of his old brothers agreed to come out of seclusion and follow him. That damn degeneration. Even if you don't appear, you made me take the blame again. My brothers all think that I've gone mad. But this is all your fault. It's all because you didn't appear. The strange dragon was indignant and choked with anger. He had a belly full of fire and nowhere to vent it. He felt that he was really going to go crazy. No matter what the reason was, his old brothers had some opinions about him. This was completely because of their past friendship. He had a great reputation, so he could ask them to come out of seclusion again and again. I'll wait until tonight. If you still don't show up, I'll put you on the wanted list throughout the world. Even if I have to spend all my wealth, I'll make the underground world seethe and send out all the experts to hunt you down. Long Daiyu secretly swore. After being mysteriously stood up for 2 nights in a row, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. He was about to explode on the spot. At this time, Chu Feng had returned to his secret realm. He was staring at a towering medicinal tree with Old Gu. Many days ago, Old Gu had buried 2 portions of almighty mutant soil inside to speed up the ripening of the tree. Today, he had also placed the last portion. In fact, 2 portions of mutant soil were enough to make the flower buds on the medicinal tree ripen. They would bloom in another day or 2. Now, he had buried the 3rd portion of mutant soil only to improve the quality of the pollen and speed up the blossoming of the flower buds. Old Gu, are you confident? Are you ready? Chu Feng asked. Don't worry, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I've been accumulating strength since prehistoric times. My foundation is as solid as it can be. If I fail, there won't be many living beings in this world who can become almighty. Old Gu's confidence was bursting. He was incomparably conceited. When noon arrived, the flower buds on the tree finally began to bloom. This medicinal tree was extraordinary as expected. It actually produced 5 different flowers of 5 different colors. The 5 types of flowers bloomed almost at the same time. Pollen scattered down and fluttered about, covering Old Gu. It was like a thin veil, but also like a 5-colored rosy cloud. Old Gu's evolution had begun. He was advancing towards the almighty level. Watch closely. This is the path of an almighty, mixing heaven and earth Tao patterns, containing the origin of a great world. Its name is Origin of Origin. Old Gu shouted. He was still in the mood to teach and release on the spot. He told Chu Feng how to walk the path from now on. It had to be said that Old Gu was indeed quite skilled. This was especially true regarding the subsequent evolution. His preparations were too ample, down to all the details. For example, the amount of pollen absorbed each time, how much the body needed to relax with each breath, and how much it needed to evolve had all been accurately calculated. This was much more meticulous than Chu Feng. Old Gu had completely grasped the entire situation. This was a medicinal tree that his older brother had used before. He had a large amount of experience that he could use as reference. He had deduced everything clearly. Therefore, he was now very confident and calm. Origin of origin, mixing heaven Tao patterns, containing the origin of myriad worlds. Old Gu growled. Generally speaking, it was already very good to be able to contain and capture part of the origin patterns of the world. Now that he was risking his life like this, his goal naturally wasn't small. Of course, the almighty level was the origin of origin realm. No one could really mix heaven Tao patterns and contain the origin of myriad worlds. That was just an illusion. It was just that when a person evolved in this realm, they needed to do their best to contain and comprehend it. I want to become stronger. I want to break through into the great origin of origin realm. I want to become a eternal essence realm powerhouse and become a true almighty. Old Gu growled and began to go crazy. He absorbed the 5-colored pollen that filled the sky and evolved in a frenzy. Even his flesh and blood seemed to be burning. He was transforming. He was sublimating. The so-called almighty represented different meanings in the eyes of people at different levels. Sometimes, in the eyes of young cultivators, even celestial venerables were called almighty. However, with the emergence of a common understanding, people gradually referred to people above the origin of origin realm as almighty. Celestial venerables no longer had that kind of qualification. As for Old Gu, he was very proud and confident. He believed that only evolvers with great origin Tao fruits and above could be considered true almighty. However, even though Old Gu was very confident and had made ample preparations, deducing all kinds of possible consequences, he still encountered an accident during the evolution process. The 5-colored pollen blended and produced some strange changes. It caused his evolution speed to fluctuate between fast and slow. This exceeded his expectations. His body trembled as he endured the great suffering and pressure of the transformation. Then there were signs of his body rotting. Chu Feng's expression immediately changed. Old Gu's evolution was arduous and difficult. A single misstep could lead to an accident. Boom! He didn't even think about it. He stood in the distance and deduced his own Tao. He constantly visualized and comprehended that true path, resonating with the countless light particles and mysterious substances hidden in this world. Sure enough, he succeeded. He made a small portion of that true path appear vaguely. However, compared to when he was evolving himself, this path was much fainter and almost invisible. Meanwhile, this was already quite strenuous for him. After all, this wasn't his own evolution. This was the true path that was forcefully illuminated by meditation. Old Goose stabilized himself. He stared at the faint path and combined it with his own evolution. He comprehended many things. Then he released a low roar. His body's blood splashed in all directions, and his skin split apart as he began to ascend. This process was extremely dangerous and torturous. It continued for the greater part of a day before Old Gu narrowly escaped death. He successfully evolved and made it through without mishap. Brother, thank you so much. Old Gu rushed over and shook Chu Feng's shoulder. This type of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Just now, he had almost capsized. Even though he had his older brother's medicinal tree from back then, receiving the most powerful catalyst and absorbing the most powerful pollen, he still almost encountered an accident. If he had relied on himself, he should have been able to survive and break into the almighty realm. However, whether or not he could become a powerhouse at the great primordial chaos level was hard to say. But now, with the foundation that he had accumulated since prehistoric times, the invincible medicinal tree that Li Su had left behind, and the true path phantom that Chu Feng had displayed, he had succeeded. He had crossed a great step that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. From the great heavenly venerable level, he had directly stepped into the great primordial chaos domain. How many people yearned for it, but couldn't? Today he had done it. He had directly become a powerhouse at the great primordial chaos level. He didn't think about becoming an eternal primordial chaos powerhouse. He had already accepted his fate and felt that he couldn't do it. However, now that he was a peerless almighty at the great primordial chaos level, it was enough. In this world, how many people possessed almost perfect primordial chaos Tao fruits? They could be counted. In Old Gu's opinion, perhaps he could only wait for Chu Feng to break through. Moreover, it would be a double Tao fruit breakthrough. Let me consolidate a bit, then we'll set off. Old Gu was full of confidence. Old Gu's consolidation lasted until the moon was high in the sky. Chu Feng didn't have any problems, so he waited quietly. However, on a certain mountain, Long Dayu was about to go crazy. Stood him up again. He felt the cold wind blowing on the icy mountain peak and looked at the bleak moonlight. He didn't feel good at all. The strange dragon was about to explode. He was very anxious, very uneasy, and even apprehensive. If that Junior didn't appear this time, how could he explain it to his old brothers? He wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Come on, hurry up and show yourself. IF Asterisk King miss you so much. Long Dayu muttered to himself, occasionally wiping away his cold sweat. He didn't even know what kind of mentality he was in. Rather than saying that he was looking forward to revenge, it was better to say that he was looking forward to the appearance of the main character so that he could explain it to his old brothers. Otherwise, he would have no place to hide his face. In the mystic realm, Old Gu finally stood up. His lips were rosy, and his teeth were white. He looked younger than ever. After his strength had skyrocketed, he had also become more confident. His eyes seemed to be condensed from divine lightning. Should we go kill the 3 old monsters of the Yuan tribe first, then deal with the strange dragon? Old Gu asked. It's getting late. Let's go meet the strange dragon first. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll go crazy. He can't do it again and again, Chu Feng said with a smile. If the strange dragon knew that the Junior was thinking of him for once, who knew if he would cry bitterly? It was already past midnight, but there was still no sign of Chu Feng. At this moment, the strange dragon's heart was cold. Then, at the same time, he was indignant and about to go berserk. At this time, one of his old brothers suddenly said, "He's here." After hearing this, the strange dragon was immediately awakened. He stood on the mountain peak and gazed into the distance. At the end of the earth, a young man was ethereal and otherworldly under the night moon. He was like a banished immortal as he strolled over. His strides weren't very big, but they seemed to shrink the ground to inches as he rapidly approached. It was none other than Chu Feng. Even if he was burned to ashes, Long Dayu would still be able to recognize this Junior. At this moment, he actually wasn't angry, nor was he thinking about revenge. Instead, he was almost in tears. He said through gritted teeth, "You F*** King finally showed up. I'm late to the blessing. I wish everyone a happy and healthy Lantern Festival." Chapter 15:15. Long Dayu's eyes were brimming with tears. It was hard to describe this feeling. Just to wait for someone, he was actually so tormented. He had waited for 3 whole nights and was stood up again and again. Facing the cold mountain wind and the cold moonlight, he was about to go crazy. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Feng was ethereal and otherworldly. He was dressed in a loose white robe that fluttered in the wind. He quickly approached from the horizon like a stream of light in the dark night. The strange dragon's 3 old brothers were lying in wait at this moment. They had already cut off the path of retreat to ensure that the youth would not escape. "Dayu," from afar, Chu Feng called out intimately. He waved his sleeves and shouted, "I'm your brother Dada." The strange dragon was furious. "Do I not know you? I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. What are you shouting for? Especially now, we've already met, and you're still yelling. You're taking advantage of me in front of my old brothers. I'll beat you to death." The wind was strong, and under the snow-white moonlight, sand and pebbles were flying. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had come from far away. The old pine trees on the mountain top shook violently and rustled. He ran so fast that even the void around him was distorted. When he reached here, a terrifying sonic boom came from behind him and white mist boiled. "Long time no see. Your eyes are red and the corners of your eyes are moist. Dayu, I didn't misjudge you. You're as sentimental as I am. Good brother. As Chu Feng spoke, he rushed over and gave Long Dayu a warm hug. It was a warm scene of friends in adversity and old friends reuniting. Whose eyes were moist? Who was crying? Long Dayu pushed him away. It was simply unbearable. Don't you know that I want to beat you to death? I'll be moved. I'll cry. What are you thinking? At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He had goosebumps all over his body, especially the shoulder that Chu Feng had hugged. It was as if there were caterpillars crawling all over it. He swung his arms with all his might and took a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and said, Chowda, G-Dade, you really came? I've traversed thousands of mountains and rivers. Despite being hunted down by almighty existences, and even though I'm heavily injured, I still managed to rush here tonight. I'm finally reunited with you. Chu Feng had a fervent expression on his face. Get lost. Long Dayu used all his strength to shake his arms. He kept feeling nauseous and disgusted. This damn G-Dade, I want to skin you alive. What are you trying to get close to me for? However, at this moment, he finally had some confidence. As long as Chu Feng was here, there was nothing he couldn't overcome. Everything was worth it, and he could finally deal with him. When he thought of this, he took a deep breath and completely calmed down. He took out a chair from his spatial magic item and sat down. He then took out a jade table and placed a plate of divine mutant fruits on it. They were sparkling and glistening under the moonlight, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. He then brewed a pot of tea, its fragrance rising in spirals. The strange dragon was still putting on airs, which made his old brothers in the dark speechless. Just how much had he been provoked for him to act like this? The bright moon hung high in the sky. Green pine trees covered the mountaintop, and spring water gurgled. It was a harmonious and tranquil scene. G-Dade, do you know your crime? The strange dragon let out a short shout. This was like an interrogation. He stared intently at Chu Feng from behind the jade table. He could finally vent his resentment. What crime? Didn't I just make you a scapegoat a few times? All right. Have you prepared the mutant soil I want? Chu Feng replied lazily. He didn't want to pretend anymore. He was not going to cooperate with Long Dayu. He was scared first, then intimidated later. He did not give the strange dragon a chance to enjoy himself. He walked over casually, picked up a divine fruit, and bit into it. Immediately, the bright red juice flowed and glowed. The rich fruit fragrance refreshed the mind and filled the mountaintop, intoxicating everyone. Put down. Who allowed you to eat it? The strange dragon was furious. This G-Dade was really daring. This was a great nourishment for his body, and now he took it out for show. In the end, this dog didn't regard him as an outsider and dared to snatch it. Where's the mutant soil? Take it out. Chu Feng said. What Long Dayu didn't expect was that the other party was even more impatient than him. The strange dragon shouted, G-Dade, you lowly bastard. You made me a scapegoat and stood me up 3 times in a row. You've made this dragon lose face, and now you still dare to be disrespectful to me. You're finished today. What surprised him again was that Chu Feng was even more decisive than him. He turned hostile immediately and said, Don't talk nonsense. Hand over the mutant soil. Let me tell you, this isn't a purchase or a transaction. This is extortion, a threat, and a robbery. Damn you, you turned hostile even faster and more thoroughly than this dragon. Are you here to rob me and rob me? Long Dayu felt that his lungs were severely lacking oxygen and his stomach was hurting. This was really going too far. Old brothers, come help me. Let's plant a tree first. Let's plant a human tree on this mountaintop. The strange dragon shouted. He was really angry. How could he vent his anger? He could only attack and beat this Chowdy up. He would cripple him, but he couldn't kill him. He would teach him a lesson and torment him slowly. At this moment, Chu Feng made the first move. He stretched out a hand to grab him. The two of them could be said to be the boat of friendship that capsized just like that. The strange dragon sneered. He didn't panic at all and was quite calm. He looked at Chu Feng and didn't even try to avoid him. What he meant was, what can you do to me? He naturally wasn't afraid. There was a supreme being standing in the pine forest behind him. He had evolved for a long time, and if his strength was powerful and intimidating, he could open his domain. No matter how talented a King Hung was, he wouldn't be enough. Even a celestial venerable couldn't do it. A single slap was enough to slap him to death. Therefore, Long Dayu sneered. He was too calm and looked at Chu Feng as if he was looking at an idiot. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was full of disdain. There was even a hint of arrogance. Who am I? Long Dayu, who dares to touch me? This was a telepathic message that mocked Chu Feng. In such a short instant, he didn't have time to speak. His mouth wasn't that fast, but he wanted to ridicule Chu Feng. Therefore, he used soul light waves to mock him. A light screen appeared in front of him. It was like a sparkling and translucent walk that trapped him there. That was the Supreme Being's domain. It covered him and made him impenetrable. What King Hung? What celestial venerable? He absolutely couldn't penetrate or shake him. They were just a joke in front of this immemorial domain. Moreover, a large hand appeared in the sky. It was spotlessly white and congealed as it moved to cover Chu Feng's head. It wanted to plant a tree and slapped Chu Feng into the ground. Of course, this process was bound to be very painful. It was like using a hammer to hit a nail and pounding a person into the ground. And Long Dayu had already given it a name, man-planting tree. Everything was so beautiful. Long Dayu squinted his eyes and had a smile on his face. He felt that he could finally vent his resentment. It was so carefree. Moreover, he actually had a kind of feeling at this moment as if he had climbed to the peak of his life. He knew that this was because he had been repressed and angered badly recently. Now, he could finally release it to his heart's content. Unfortunately, wishes were beautiful and visions were beautiful, but the reality was so unbearable that it made one sad. He felt an earthquake with a bang. The entire mountaintop was shaking violently, and the mountain cracked. He almost fell to the ground. What shocked him the most was that the sparkling and translucent walk that covered his body, that layer of immemorial domain, was actually penetrated by someone. After that, he saw a hand pressing down on his head. The strange dragon was dumbfounded. Then he felt intense pain. His head had been slapped. Although it wasn't a fatal blow, the pain made him jump high. Without even thinking, his head almost split open. At this moment, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a huge bump appeared on his head, swelling up very high. Ouch! Long Dayu's snot and tears flowed down his face. It was really King painful. Then he saw that big hand come down again and slap his head again. Another big bump bulged, symmetrical on both sides. It made him feel like his head was about to explode. It was as if two very thick horns had grown on his head. What was most unbearable was that after Chu Feng gave him 2 slaps, he even patted his head lightly a few times. It was as if he was going to kill him by touching his head. Long Dayu was shocked and angry at the same time. Was his old brother distracted? That was the immemorial light curtain. It should be invulnerable. Why didn't it protect him? He let out a miserable cry and roared with soul light. Old brother, I didn't guard against it. Don't be distracted. Even if you're facing a puny Prince Hung, you still have to pay attention. Don't kill me. A puny Prince Hung? After hearing this, Chu Feng gave him 2 more slaps. The strange dragon was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He didn't want to cry, but that dog's hit punched him in the nose. The physiological pain made him cry uncontrollably. But that dog's hit was still trying to persuade him. Dayu, don't cry. Old brother, kill him. He's just a puny Prince Hung. Long Dayu transmitted his voice crazily. He was really about to explode. Today, he was going to sit on the mountain peak and look down on the prisoner. He was going to interrogate this Chowda and dig out all his secrets. But in the end, he was beaten up. The difference was too great. A puny Prince Hung? Behind him, that almighty being was speechless. Didn't he see the reality? How could he look down on his opponent like this? This master could fight against almighty beings head-on. That almighty being had already made his move at the first moment. He originally wanted to plant a human tree, but when his hand smashed down, it was directly stopped by Chu Feng's other hand. A clap of thunder rang out in midair. As an almighty being, he was naturally ridiculously powerful. He immediately knew that this youth was a great enemy. How was this some Prince Hung? He was unfathomable and not easy to deal with. The strange dragon waited for a moment. Snot and tears flowed for a while before he finally saw the reality. There was a big hand rumbling in midair, but it just couldn't descend. It was blocked by Chowda with a single hand. The strange dragon was shocked. This was the first time he had lost his composure like this. He wanted to curse out loud. What was going on? This abnormal G-Dade had the ability to fight against almighty beings. Was there still justice in this world? How many years had it been? He was just a little brat, yet he had actually reached this step. He was evolving even faster than him, a heavenly dragon bloodline possessor. This was too shocking. Old brothers, come out and capture this evildoer. He has the secret to becoming an ultimate evolved being. Longdeyu didn't dare to call out openly, but he was secretly shouting for the other two almighty beings. At this point, he was really panicking. It wouldn't be good if he fell into the hands of this little thief. He frantically called for the other two brothers to attack. In reality, there was no need for him to call for help. The other two had already appeared and threatened him. They stared coldly at Chu Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of harming him, they would have already killed him. However, they were also prepared to act. As almighty beings, 3 of them appeared at the same time. If they erupted in an instant, they should be able to save Longdeyu and suppress this youth. You are a great heavenly venerable, even close to venerable Hung. One of the almighty beings spoke, his heart trembling. What? Longdeyu's eyes widened. He simply didn't dare to believe his ears. What did he just hear? Chowda, G-Dade, not Prince Hung anymore? Had he crossed another great realm? Had the heavens opened their eyes? He screamed wildly in his heart. Then he was frightened again, feeling uneasy about his situation. At the same time, he was even more worried for his own brother. Longdeyu panicked inwardly, feeling that things weren't good. This little thief had always been insolent. Back then, when he first met G-Dade, he saw the junior surpassing the senior in a great battle. Now, he wasn't far from the almighty being level. Would his old brother be able to stop him? The strange dragon was extremely uneasy and actually felt his blood run cold. He feared that something would happen to his brother, that Chowda would beat him to death. At this time, there was an undercurrent and a strange fluctuation. Right above the night sky, a person appeared, bathed in moonlight. It was as if he had descended from the moon. Naturally, it was old Gu. When he saw that the other side's almighty beings had appeared, he didn't hide anymore. Under the bright moon, he broke through the air and arrived. At this time, he was acting old, making himself look like he was around 30 years old. It was because he was now a true expert at the peak of the Great Origin Realm, surpassing his previous life. He felt that if he still had his rosy lips, white teeth, delicate and weak appearance, that would truly be a bit shameful. He wouldn't have any prestige, and even he himself felt embarrassed. As a result, he recovered his past style, the return of an ancient prehistoric being. At this time, the 3 almighty beings naturally sensed it immediately. They suddenly raised their heads, looking at old Gu. One of them was moved, saying, "Are you surnamed Gu?" Old Gu was astonished, but he still nodded and said yes. He wasn't that scary. So what if someone recognized him? His older brother Li Su was still alive. Now, even if an old monster revived, they would have to think twice before doing anything to him. It's true, we might be relatives, that almighty being said in shock. At this moment, the strange dragon was shocked. Chu Feng's helper was related to his brother. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better, and he would be completely safe and sound. He had been nervous to death just now, even a bit scared. But now, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better. The strange dragon knew that this old brother of his had lived for an extremely long time, and was the oldest among his sworn brothers. His origins were incomparably mysterious, and his seniority was ridiculously high for ordinary people. It was unimaginable. When he thought of this, the strange dragon couldn't help but laugh. That middle-aged man in the sky was most likely a descendant of his old brother. If that was the case, then not only did he escape unscathed, but he could also make Chu Feng and that middle-aged man in the sky address him as elder. The strange dragon had been scared to death just now, but now he was laughing. However, reality was cruel, and it was the opposite of the strange dragon's guess. This old man is Gu Chenhai. At this time, old Gu in the sky first announced his name. He also wanted to know what kind of old friend he had encountered. When Long Dayu's old brother heard this, he shouted loudly, and then directly knelt down. He was incomparably emotional as he shouted, "Granduncle, IF*CK." No one knew what Long Dayu was feeling at this moment. At this time, his eyes were brimming with hot tears. Chapter 15:16. Long Dayu's eyes were boiling hot. He felt like crying. Not only had he fallen into Ji Dade's hands, but his old brother was even calling this thief's friend by his name, Granduncle, F*CK. At this time, Long Dayu really wanted to curse out loud. Why was it that every time a beautiful vision appeared in his heart, it would be cruelly shattered? Just now, he was still thinking that his old brother had met a relative. Through blood and familial relations, he could make the man in the moonlight, and Ji Dade call him a nice name. In the end, his old brother was calling the other party granduncle first. How would he endure this? In terms of seniority, wouldn't he have to call that person and Chu Feng granduncle as well? This chaotic life, this miserable seniority, the shadow in Long Dayu's heart was boundless. He really wanted to ask the heavens, "What are you trying to do?" He was speechless and didn't want to say a single word. At this time, the other two powerhouses were also shocked. Their sworn brother, the person who had lived for the longest time, was actually calling the person in the sky granduncle. At this time, they were also in disarray. Could it be that an ultimate expert had come? Chu Feng was also speechless. Did they just happen to meet the old man's descendant? However, the situation didn't seem too bad. Things were getting interesting. He glanced at the strange dragon. How was this seniority going to be discussed? In the sky, the old man was also quite shaken. How many years had passed, and now a descendant had appeared? He was someone from prehistoric times. According to reason, it was difficult for him to meet people from the same era, let alone a relative he had met back then. However, he was also quite calm. He immediately calmed down and became even more aloof. He put on the appearance of a senior who had achieved the Tao and had the demeanor of an immortal. Just like that, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The old man floated down as if he had flown down from the moon. He descended on the ground with an otherworldly aura. "Who are you? I don't remember having a descendant like you." The old man calmly asked. The powerhouse kneeling on the ground said with a trembling voice, "I am Chi Feng. When I was very young, I followed my grandfather to see you several times. My grandfather is Chi Ming, a close friend of yours back then." Chi Ming. The old man sank into distant memories. He was disappointed and frustrated. He knew whose descendant this was. Chi Ming was indeed a good friend of his. In the past, he had followed him to the battlefield and fought alongside Li Su. He was his good brother. Those people from back then, those events, all appeared in old Gu's mind, causing him to feel bitter and at a loss. It was because many people had died, some died in battle, and there were even some who passed away in meditation over the years. "Where's your grandfather?" asked old Gu. Back then, after Li Su's death, Chi Ming brought his family and went into seclusion. That was because after the great calamity, everyone was in a state of panic. Even the banner bearers had died and disappeared. Who wasn't afraid? The surviving troops all scattered. My grandfather passed away. He passed away in meditation during the ancient era. Chi Feng said softly. His grandfather didn't die because of an accident. It was just that his lifespan had come to an end. Even if he was an Empyrean, surviving from the prehistoric times to the ancient times was already considered very astonishing. I remember that back then, I gave him quite a few great medicines, all of them able to prolong his life, but he still didn't reach this day. Old Gu released a light sigh, feeling a bit emotional. His former close friend could no longer be seen again. He couldn't last until this era. It made him feel regret, powerless, and helpless. Old Gu didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was nostalgic and sentimental. How many old friends could he still see in this life? They might all have died in the passage of time. Then, he looked towards Chi-Feng. This child was quite famous back then, or else his grandfather wouldn't have brought him to meet a group of old friends. His aptitude and talent were extremely astonishing. In that era, a few old friends had touched his muscles and bones, all of them sighing in admiration. Who would have thought that after so many years, the child of the past was already growing old? However, Chi-Feng becoming a great being still made old Gu feel quite gratified. He was much stronger than his grandfather Chi-Feng. Good child. Old Gu helped him up, patted his shoulder, and said, I see that you're a bit weak. Follow me in the future. I have some great medicines in my medicine garden. I'll strive to make your blood energy flourish once more, and you can even try to touch the Tao fruit of great origin. Many thanks, great uncle. Chi-Feng was moved. Being able to advance to the origin realm and become a great being was already his limit. Although it was quite impressive, he could no longer see the path of evolution in front of him. Now, this great uncle actually wanted to help him, which naturally made him very excited. How could his grandfather's close friend, Li Su's brother, not have a powerful foundation? The other two great beings were also shocked. At their realm, they had already exhausted their potential, and their blood energy was dried up. How could they talk about evolution? The path had long since been cut off. Now, someone was going to cut off the path for his old brother. Great uncle. The other two great beings also spoke up. They were incomparably respectful, and they bowed solemnly and seriously. Long Dayu saw this scene, and his entire body felt unwell. He froze here, not knowing what to say. The helpers he had found had all betrayed him. How could he endure calling the other party nice words? What should he do? Should he also follow suit? The strange dragon couldn't stand it at all. This was an unlucky year. How could he encounter such a vexing matter, especially now that G-Dade was still patting him on the head? Perhaps it could be said in another way, because Chi-Feng wasn't using any force, but was very benevolent. With a smile, he gently stroked his head. This made him even more unable to stand it. You're so benevolent. Are you trying to be my elder in advance? Long Dayu was scared. Little you, don't be afraid, Chi-Feng said gently. Long Dayu was petrified, and then he was about to explode with rage. This was a direct blow to him. Big you had become little you. F***CK, your second uncle. The degeneration was indeed not a good thing. Long Dayu was incomparably resentful. But what could he say? He dared not say anything even though he was angry. His three old brothers had already called old Gu great uncle. There was no way he could continue living like this. You're at the great primordial chaos realm, a true great being? Chi-Feng was shocked. He already knew what kind of Tao fruit old Gu had obtained. Since ancient times, how many great beings had achieved great primordial chaos Tao fruit? They were too rare, and these beings were all terrifyingly powerful. The most important thing was that old Gu was currently exuding a flourishing life force. He was full of vitality and didn't seem like a prehistoric old man at all. This made Chi-Feng's eyes burn with passion. He made up his mind to follow this great uncle. Old Gu was very direct. He introduced Chi-Feng's identity and told them that this was a brother he had gotten to know in this life. Let's talk about our own things. I'll still call you guys seniors. Chi-Feng immediately spoke to avoid the three great beings' awkwardness. These people had lived for a very long time. If he really had them call him little uncle, the three of them would probably feel uncomfortable and wouldn't be willing. Moreover, the three of them had originally come to stop him. Little brother, you're really amazing. You're already close to the eternal venerable realm. A great being sighed. To be more precise, I'm close to the dual eternal venerable realm. I can already contend against great beings and even directly kill them. Old Gu told them the truth. At this moment, the three great beings were shaken. They simply didn't dare to believe it. The eternal venerable realm was already a legend. Since ancient times, not many people had succeeded. This person was actually going to achieve dual eternal venerable realm Tao fruit. The most important thing was that he was still so young. That's why my brother's future is destined to be extraordinary. However, the process will also be very difficult. He needs a great being's mutant soil to evolve. Old Goo was quite direct. He explained the inside story and wanted to ask for the great being's assistance. The three great beings had long since put away their hostility. They had karma with each other, so they were considered to be on the same side. Moreover, they were facing a fierce person with a great origin Tao fruit. Who would dare oppose them? Needless to say, Old Goo alone could sweep through many great beings. In the eyes of the three great beings, whether it was Old Goo or Chu Feng, they were both worthy of investment. They were beings that needed to be revered in the future. What a pity. I gave the mutant soil I accumulated to my disciple, but he failed to evolve and died. Chi Feng sighed. Even the most powerful of celestial venerables would find it extremely difficult to reach the origin Tao realm. His disciple was quite stunning, but he still died in recent times. However, Chi Feng also said that he still had more than half of the mutant soil. All right, Old Goo nodded. Although it was less than a portion, it was still not bad. The other two great beings didn't disappoint. Each of them had a portion of the mutant soil. In a short while, the three great beings had given Chu Feng 2.5 portions. This was quite an astonishing harvest. Look, little you, we're talking about our own things. I won't call you grandnephew. We're still brothers. Chu Feng let go of Long Diyu and patted him on the shoulder in a very affectionate manner, drawing closer to him. He knew that Long Diyu was wealthier than his old brothers. Who knew how many treasures the strange dragon had prepared for this generation? As for the three great beings, their paths had already been cut off. They'd long since given up on ascension. Each of them had decayed, waiting for the curtain to fall. They didn't have any initiative, nor had they accumulated any treasures. Long Dayu ground his teeth. We're talking about our own things, and you're still calling me little you? I really want to beat you to death. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly turned his head and said to the three great beings, I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If others treat me well, I'll treat them well. Seniors, I have something here that will be of great use to you. He took out 3 jade boxes. After they were opened, dazzling golden light immediately shone like 3 suns blooming. A rich life force surged out, incomparably shocking. The soul flower could strengthen the decaying soul and extend one's lifespan. The 3 of them gasped in shock. This gift was incomparably precious to them. It was a life-prolonging medicine that they needed the most. Long Dayu revealed a strange expression. This G-Dade actually had such a thing, and he was so willing to give it away. Of course, he wasn't jealous. Back then, he'd even eaten a complete 33-layer heaven's grass. Now he was full of vitality, and his lifespan was too abundant. He didn't need these things. Little you, do you have any mutant soil? Chu Feng asked with a smile. No, Long Dayu flatly refused. His 3 old brothers immediately revealed strange expressions. They knew that Dalong definitely had extra mutant soil in his hands. He was too well prepared. Is that so? And here I was thinking of giving you a big gift. Sigh. Chu Feng sighed. Several jade boxes appeared in his hands. After opening them, they were all resplendent fruits. Some were filled with chaotic chi and had no attributes, while some had the silhouette of a heavenly dragon sealed within. This is the bloodline fruit. Long Dayu's eyes immediately turned red. He could no longer shift his gaze away. The corners of his eyes were about to split. This shocked him and made him yearn for it. Chi Feng even cried out involuntarily. This is the fruit of the ancient tree that ancestrally obtained back then. To be more precise, it fell into the hands of the martial madman. We can be considered to have snatched food from the tiger's mouth. We intercepted it halfway, Old Goose said. A few of them were shocked. The bloodline fruit could purify a living being's bloodline, optimizing and restoring the body's strongest bloodline. It was incomparably shocking. Over the long years, many races had intermarried with each other. This meant that many living beings actually had various bloodline fragments hidden within their bodies. If one chose the right bloodline fruit, it would naturally be able to fiercely enhance the strongest bloodline. It could even be said to be far superior to the ancestral bloodline. Longdi no longer felt sad or wronged. In an instant, his attitude changed. He patted his chest and told Chu Feng that he had 2 more pieces of origin-grade mutant soil, and he could give them to him. In the outside world, almighty mutant soil was definitely a priceless treasure. No orthodoxy would exchange it for a true strategic resource. However, the people before him were either almighty or had enough resources. To them, this kind of mutant soil couldn't compare to the soul flower or bloodline fruit at all. After a while, Longdiu directly ate an elemental bloodline fruit. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, and he was incomparably excited and intoxicated. Delicious. As he ate the fruit, he happily opened his spatial artifact, took out 2 pieces of origin-grade mutant soil, and gave them to Chu Feng. His 3 old brothers were speechless. Weren't you so stubborn? Why did you compromise so quickly? You even called it delicious. Little you, we're still brothers. Back then, when I picked the bloodline fruit, I kept thinking about you, so I specially left some for you. At that time, I even wanted to form the 4 Beauties team, said Chu Feng. Call me Dayu. Let's not talk about the black pot anymore. We're still brothers. Long Dayu looked extremely generous. In just a short while, several almighty experts had come together. This was definitely an incomparably powerful force. They set off that night without any delay, heading straight for the 3 lone almighties of the Yuan clan. They were going to destroy all of them. This was simply unstoppable. There would be no suspense. The moonlight was gentle, and its light was like water, illuminating the forest. The group headed straight for the first training ground. Boom! The next moment, before Chu Feng could act, Old Gu, a great expert at the origin grade, directly punched through the mountain gate and killed his way in. The other 3 almighties sealed the void, cutting off all escape routes. Puffed. This Yuan clan almighty couldn't even send out a rescue signal. He was killed in a flash, and his blood dyed the training ground red. It's not challenging. I think after killing the lone almighties of the Yuan clan, we can choose a more difficult one, such as the demon race, the quasi-mortal race, or the spirit race, said Old Gu. This isn't a good idea to start a war. How about this? I think Brother Dada isn't young anymore. You and I can go to the Zhou clan, the Ji clan, and the Li clan together and help him arrange a marriage. We don't need to attack their mountain gate for foreign lands anymore. Marriage with one of the top 10 ancient races will definitely be a big deal. They will train Brother Dada wholeheartedly, said Long Dayu. His attitude had changed too quickly. He was no longer sad and resentful. He even started to help out. Chapter 15-17. Stay on the side. Chu Feng didn't want to listen to his teasing. The strange dragon didn't have any good ideas at all. I'm doing this for your own good. Long Dayu's smile didn't look like a good person. Chu Feng didn't waste words with him and directly stroked his head. He was calm and resolute, and the strange dragon couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Long Dayu was furious. He wasn't even a heavenly venerable yet. So how could he resist? The moonlight was like water, and the entire training ground was covered in holy mist. It was hazy and tranquil. If it weren't for the blood of an almighty being dyeing this place red, it would truly be sacred. The group cleaned up the battlefield and opened the underground palace in search of treasures. There were piles of ancient books, many of which were rare and secret. Some of them were related to the Yuan race's techniques, and there were also books from other races. How could an almighty being's collection be ordinary? Most importantly, there was a portion of primordial-grade mutant soil that emitted a green radiance under the moonlight. It was surging with auspicious energy and contained astonishing energy. There's only one portion. Chu Feng was regretful. The others were speechless. Even the old man didn't want to talk to him. Did he think this was cabbage that could be found everywhere? Be content. If it weren't for the fact that this old man's lifespan is running out and he wants to train in air, he probably wouldn't have been able to save up this portion. This kind of soil is really hard to find. Almighty Chi Feng sighed. According to him, this portion of primordial grade soil would require an almighty being to accumulate over a long period of time. It would take tens of thousands of years to collect it. Look carefully and see if there's any cosmos-grade soil, Chu Feng said. Of course, he didn't really need to find one portion. He just wanted to see if his luck was good enough. It would be enough if he could find half a kilogram or even a few taels. At this moment, even the old man rolled his eyes. There was no need to even think about it. This kind of declining almighty being wasn't qualified to have it. Only top almighty beings from supreme orthodoxies like the Buddhist race or the Hung race, who are young and powerful, and most importantly, have the potential to break through to the next realm, are qualified to come into contact with cosmos-grade soil. Chi Feng sighed. Even an ancient powerhouse like him, who had lived from the prehistoric era until now, had never seen a great cosmos-grade mutant soil. It was because this type of soil was too rare. Even with the entire clan's strength, it would be difficult to gather one or two portions even after spending half a great era. Perhaps only the Dao clan, the Li clan, and the other powerful clans in the Yang realm possessed it. It was too rare and precious. This was a material that was more important than anything else. Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. As long as he thought about his future path, he felt a little hopeless. The seed in the stone jar could eat too much. It was simply an earth-swallowing beast, a bottomless pit. He still had a way to deal with the primordial chaos soil. But what about the great universe soil? Especially when the amount he needed was so huge. Unless he ransacked the top 10 orthodoxies or completely emptied out the top 10 famed mountains in the Yang realm. However, was this realistic? Chu Feng couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. He had a premonition that the road ahead was too difficult. How could he cross the natural mode and continue the hopeless broken road? The old man said, "What are you sighing for? It's only been one night, and we've already harvested 5.5 portions of primordial chaos soil. One can't be too virtuous." Long Dayu was full of resentment. The monstrous dragon had contributed 2 portions, and his sworn brother had given him 2.5 portions. Now, he had harvested another portion here. This kind of accumulation speed was too frightening. If news of this were spread, the entire Yang realm would be in an uproar. "I still have 2 portions of soil outside. Let's go and harvest them quickly," Chu Feng said. He had long since viewed the other 2 Yuan clan's Dao rites as meat on his plate. After midnight, not a sound could be heard from the world. Chu Feng's group traversed the void. Together with several powerhouses and a special expert like Chu Feng, who was close to the dual eternal venerables, they could be considered a heavenly group. How many people could stop such a combination? Unless the rotting great universe creatures of the Yuan clan appeared, the experts who had established their abodes outside were destined to meet a tragic end. The second Dao rites were very quiet. A pure white bamboo forest flowed with a holy radiance. The scenery here was quite beautiful. There was a sparkling blue lake in the middle of the white bamboo forest. A fragrant aroma assailed the nostrils, and within the lake was the primordial chaos lotus that powerhouses needed. It was a rare longevity herb in this world. The old man, the monstrous dragon, and Chu Feng were relatively calm. They were still young and didn't care much about such things. The other 3 powerhouses emitting the aura of decay were different. Their eyes glowed green in the night, and they were incomparably excited. They hadn't expected to find such a harvest here. The 2 purple plants were both primordial chaos lotuses. Each of them had a lotus head that was nearing maturity. One could see that the lotus seeds were like little purple suns, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. There's something wrong with this lake. It's formed from the flesh and essence of living beings. I knew it. How could an ordinary place grow these lotuses of life? The old man was moved. There were no weaklings here. They were all very strong. They glanced at the lake and immediately understood what was going on. The lake wasn't big, but it contained a dense aura of life. Every day, a large amount of flesh and blood had to be poured into it, including those of powerful beasts and powerful human evolvers. There were countless skeletons at the bottom of the lake, numbering in the tens of thousands. Most importantly, there were no mortals among them. All of them were beings with high levels of evolution. That was because the stronger they were, the higher their life level was, and the more essence they contained. If they were only mortals, perhaps millions or even tens of millions of them wouldn't be able to produce such an effect. They deserved to die. Even a monstrous dragon's tone was cold. His sense of justice had erupted. He saw the corpses of several barbarian dragons that had been dead for many years. "Who is it?" An old man appeared like a ghost and looked at the group in alarm. The domains he had laid down were actually ineffective. These people entered the secret realm he had isolated from the outside world, as though they had entered an uninhabited realm. Just like that, they arrived soundlessly. This kind of lotus watered with life couldn't see the light of day. No matter how powerful the Yuan race was, they couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Every race has an agreement that old and dying experts can't strip other beings of their life essence, just because their lifespans are about to run out. "You actually dare to do this? You're poisoning the world," the old man shouted. This was a consensus that had been reached since prehistoric times. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. If they didn't strictly abide by this rule and allowed the old monsters to run amok and strip away the essence of all living beings, the Yang realm would become a land of death and a desolate cemetery. The Yuan race old man was thin and emitting a decaying aura. His life essence was dried up and his soul light was dim. It was obvious that he wouldn't live for long. No wonder he went to extremes and didn't hesitate to slaughter evolvers to nurture the lotus of life. "Who are you? How dare you intrude the Yuan race's secret realm?" he shouted. It was clear that he was only putting on a brave front. At the origin realm, how could he not see how terrifying these people were? "Good Yuan race, how many sins have you committed? How many people have you killed?" The Yuan race is known as an inextinguishable orthodoxy and a family that has existed for more than one great era. "What have you done? Do you want to face the world and let everyone see this place?" shouted an almighty expert. Boom! The old man released energy fluctuations and was about to attack. As a great origin realm expert, a peak existence among almighty experts, he would definitely be able to suppress this old man. "Wait!" Chu Feng stopped him. This time, he wanted to personally take action to test his own strength. "You're courting death." The Yuan race old man roared. His entire body shone, and the sky was filled with runes that illuminated the void. He was sending a message to the outside world. "No, I've already sealed this place," Chu Feng calmly informed. This battle was unavoidable. The Yuan race old man risked his life. The dried blood energy in his body was activated. Runes seemed to be cast from metal as they branded themselves in the world. He was absorbing the great world's Tao patterns and merging them with his body. He wanted to kill Chu Feng. Even if he died, he wanted to drag one of them down with him. Especially after he learned of Chu Feng's identity, he wanted to kill him even more. Boom! The battle was quite intense. Chu Feng used the 7 wonderful treasures technique. 5 beams of light appeared behind him, humming like 5 immortal swords. They were incomparably sharp. If all 7 kinds of rare materials were gathered, then 7 beams of immortal light would rush into the heavens. And in Chu Feng's simulations, there would even be 9 colored beams of light piercing through the heavens. At this time, he was fighting a great expert head-on, causing this place to rumble. The great world's Tao patterns were all broken by him. Countless runes bloomed between the two of them, and energy surged. This battle was extremely shocking. Chu Feng's dual supreme Tao fruits made the Yuan race origin realm expert bleed from his nose and mouth, his body in tatters. The surrounding people stared blankly and were incomparably shocked. This was especially true for Long Dayu. He forcefully swallowed his saliva and was inwardly shocked. This dog thing, this generation, was too powerful. It made his hair stand on end. He sighed. In the future, he really couldn't face them. He had to be proud of the 4 great beauties and couldn't rebel against Chu Feng. Rumble. The 5 colored beams of light behind Chu Feng turned into 5 immortal swords, each releasing different runes. They were incomparably resplendent and formed a sword wheel that directly swept out. A great expert was killed. Even his soul light couldn't escape. He was destroyed just like that. However, Chu Fo was a bit dissatisfied. There was actually a gap between him and Old Gu after a fierce battle. What kind of person was Old Gu? Even his eyelashes were empty. He instantly knew what Chu Feng was thinking, and his expression immediately became unsightly. He said unhappily, "I'm a great Origin Realm expert, okay? How many have been there since ancient times? You're only a dual Dao realm, great heavenly sovereign. Although you're close to eternal venerable, you're still not one. There's a great realm between us." Old Goose silently cursed. "Although you're close, you're still a dual eternal venerable. If you can stand side by side with me now, I'll just bang my head against the wall and die." It's too embarrassing. However, he still felt a sense of crisis. Xu Feng's evolution was too fast. He was about to become a dual eternal venerable and even an Origin Realm expert. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. There's only half a portion of Origin Realm Earth. Chu Feng was quite disappointed. In any case, he was a powerhouse from the Yuan race who had accumulated his entire life and was about to end. Yet, he only had this little bit of Earth. The others wanted to spit at him again. "You've seen too much almighty Earth in one night. You really don't take this kind of strategic mutant Earth seriously, do you?" Although Chu Feng was disappointed, Chi Feng and the other two powerhouses were stirred up and excited. Although the Life Lotus had caused great disasters and killed a great number of evolvers during its growth, its effects were indeed astonishing. This wasn't caused by Chi Feng and the others. Therefore, the three powerhouses didn't feel that it was inappropriate when they picked and ate the lotus seeds. Although there were still a few more years until they finally matured, they couldn't wait any longer. The Yuan race had lost a powerhouse, so they would discover the shocking changes here sooner or later. The purple lotus seeds were like little suns. They were all trembling as they were evenly divided by the three powerhouses. This would absolutely prolong their lifespans by many years. First came the soul flower, and then came the life lotus. This was the beginning of a turning point in their lives, bringing them endless possibilities. Soon after, they slaughtered their way to the third Dao Rite. In the end, they found nothing. The Yuan race's powerhouse had returned to his clan because he had received an urgent summons. Something big had happened. In truth, many great clans and imperishable orthodoxies were shaken at this moment. Between heaven and earth, decrees descended and illuminated the void. They transformed into rune imprints that appeared within the ancestral palaces of the Buddhist race, Zhou race, Dao race, and Ji race. The era of the Yang realm's great unification has arrived. An elder muttered to himself in incomparable shock. So much so that the heavens were about to be unified. Chu Feng and the others finished off the third Dao Rite that very night and obtained another portion of Origin Realm Earth. However, they couldn't kill that powerhouse. "Is it enough for you to ascend to the dual, eternal, revered realm?" the old man asked. However, Chu Feng had a shadow in his heart. He was afraid that it wouldn't be enough this time and felt that it would be safer to find two more portions. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen again and he would be stuck halfway through. "I can guarantee with my life that it's enough," the old man said. "This doesn't make sense." When the strange dragon found out that Chu Feng needed so much Origin Realm Earth to ascend to the dual eternal venerables, his face turned green. No wonder the degeneration was so powerful. "It's normal. I'm only close to the dual eternal venerables. I'm still some distance away from the Origin Dao fruit," Chu Feng said humbly. However, these words made people want to beat him to death. "Don't tell me that you'll be able to defeat the rotting cosmos old monsters when you become a great Origin Realm evolver." Long Dayu was suspicious. "I'll work hard," Chu Feng said. The strange dragon. In truth, he really wanted to say, would he die if he didn't pretend? He really wanted to beat the degeneration to death. The lands of the Yang realm were no longer calm. The moment the rosy dawn rose, Many old monsters were so shocked that they were restless. In their ancestral palaces, supreme runes appeared and declared some kind of will. The Yang realm is going to be unified, an old monster said over and over again while trembling. This morning, even Chu Feng and the others knew. Even though they didn't come from the imperishable orthodoxy and didn't receive the decree, they still heard about it. That was because the impact of this matter was too great. The news had spread. What exactly is the situation? We have to understand clearly. This is a general trend. We can't go against it and have to go with the flow. The old man said, the orthodoxy ranked at the top of the top 10 races will definitely know the truth. We need to ask them, the almighty Chi Feng said. This place isn't too far from the Zhou clan. I'll go find someone to inquire about it, Chu Feng said. He wanted to see Lady Shi. It had been a long time. You should go find this old friend. He had always wanted to see her. Now, he had enough strength and could protect himself in the Yang realm. He could go anywhere in the world. Chapter 15:18. The radiant morning glow sprinkled on the surface of the sea like a large expanse of gold. The golden glow spread along with the undulations of the sea. The golden glow was everywhere, and there was a rich vitality rippling. This was an inland sea. Chu Feng was making preparations to go to the Zhou clan. Zhou clan was known as the sixth clan in the Yang realm. They were second only to the Han clan, the Buddhist clan, and the Dao clan, and the most ancient orthodoxies. Their strength was truly terrifying. Their Dao field was located in the depths of this inland sea. Immortal mountains rose and fell, and islands floated in the air, bathing in the immortal rain that had been flowing since prehistoric times. You guys wait in the open sea. Otherwise, we'll go together. Those who don't know might think we're going to attack the Zhou clan, said Chu Feng. No matter where it was, several primordial chaos experts traveling together would cause great waves. Even a prehistoric family could be destroyed by several primordial chaos life forms if they were not careful. For example, the humanoid sovereign clan, the Mo clan. Back then, Chu Feng and the strange dragon were wanted all over the world. The enraged, strange dragon had once asked a few old brothers to attack and destroy the Mo clan's external mountain gate. Of course, the Mo clan was far inferior to the sixth orthodoxy in the world. Oh my, why do I feel like something's wrong? My whole body is burning up, said Long Dayu. He had eaten the attributeless bloodline fruit with primal chaos substance in the latter half of the night and had been in the process of slowly transforming. Now, this sublimation of life had accelerated. When the sun rose and all living things awakened, his body's activity reached its peak. Long Dayu screamed. Even he himself hadn't expected that he would actually let out a beast-like roar. It was quite miserable. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was actually cracked. The others were all astonished. Even Chu Feng and the old man were moved and felt that it was strange. One had to know that this was an attributeless bloodline fruit, not the special fruit containing the heavenly dragon shadow. It shouldn't be so intense. Senior Da, is this fruit you gave me real? Long Dayu trembled. His whole body was dripping with blood, and it was about to fall apart. Look at me. I'm so simple and pure. Don't I look like a good person? Chu Feng realized that the strange dragon was still guarding against him and didn't trust him. It's over. You really are trying to kill me. The strange dragon rolled on the ground in pain. What do you mean? Chu Feng's face darkened as he looked down at him. Because you're indeed not a good person. Don't you want to tell me that this is a normal operation? You want to kill me. Long Dayu looked incomparably indignant. Chu Feng broke the dragon's bones and tendons. At the same time, he started to doubt his life. Did he really not look like a good person? What kind of eyes did this weird dragon have? It was obvious that the strange dragon was not faking it. Its entire body was twitching and rolling on the ground. Blood dyed the ground red, and its body was shrinking. Its bones were cracking and breaking. This was a little ridiculous. It shouldn't be like this. Even the old man was a bit apprehensive. This dragon wouldn't die, right? What went wrong? Long Dayu's three old brothers were all panicking. They had come from prehistoric times together. How could they watch him die? Uncle, this transformation is not normal. No matter how tyrannical the bloodline fruit is, it shouldn't be able to turn his body into such a mess and break all his bones, right? Chi Feng was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had great trust in the old man, he would have attacked Chu Feng. At this time, the sun rose from the east and rose higher and higher. Golden rays scattered down from the sky, illuminating Long Diu in an even more miserable state. His body was covered in cracks and stained with blood. He transformed into a strange dragon. Part of his body was pitch black, while the other part was pure white. It was as if yin and yang had condensed into one. This was the astonishing dragon body that he had evolved in this world. Pa! It rolled on the ground, stirring up boundless waves in the sea as its wings flapped. However, the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. With a crack sound, his wings were actually broken, and his body fell off. Big dragon! The old brothers cried out in alarm. This was too tragic. No evolution could cause a body to break. Something must have happened. At this moment, even Chu Feng was suspicious. Could it be that the fruit had been preserved for too long and had mutated? Or perhaps it had been corroded by some inauspicious thing? Polypila! All the bones in Long Diu's body collapsed as if they had exploded, almost turning into powder. His dragon body lay there, almost like a dough, gradually flattening. The three powerhouses were about to rush over, but the old man stopped them. Don't be anxious. I didn't sense any inauspicious matter. Moreover, although he is very miserable, the activity of his cells in his body has increased. Let's wait and see. As for Chu Feng, he temporarily didn't have the right to speak. The three powerhouses were all suspicious that there was something wrong with his fruit. Wang, the void trembled slightly. The scales all over the strange dragon's body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Next, the dragon's claws broke off, and his body shrunk continuously. Then the scales, claws, horns, and skin all fell off. Big dragon, don't die. Hold on. At this time, the three powerhouses couldn't bear it anymore. Chi Feng rushed over and channeled his essence energy to help prolong his life. In an instant, Long Diu became a pile of flesh and blood. It was very indistinct, and it was almost impossible to tell what species he was. It was truly a bit miserable. Diu, I really didn't do it on purpose. I definitely didn't want to harm you. Chu Feng spoke. Even he was horrified. This was a dragon's life. I'm going to die. The dead generation is the world's greatest inauspiciousness. Ever since I met you, this dragon has been constantly suffering from bad luck. Long Diu had become a lump of flesh. He spoke with great difficulty. It was unknown whether he was resentful or sullen. He had already seen that Chowda didn't mean to harm him, but he was going to die. He was going to suffer great misfortune. Don't worry. I have life-saving, great medicine here. Chu Feng said. No matter what, he was someone who had crossed the Soul River. He had divided great medicines from the Black Dog and the Bald Man. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he had extorted them. He had the celestial immortal life extending flower on him. It was no joke. As long as he had a single breath left, he could be saved. However, before Chu Feng could take out the celestial flower, Long Diu underwent an astonishing change. His body condensed and continued to shrink. Then, it blossomed with dazzling splendor. Following that, all of his tattered flesh began to scab and wrap him up into a ball, sealing him within. What did this look like? It was like a flesh cocoon, sparkling and glowing. Blood and chi steamed as intense transformations took place inside. Oh, what's wrong with me? Where are my arms and legs? Long Diu screamed. At the same time, the flesh cocoon was still shrinking. In the end, it was only the size of a fist. What's condensed is the essence, Old Goose said. At this moment, he was not worried at all. There was no problem with the bloodline fruit. The problem was the strange dragon. His physique seemed to be extremely special. This time, he might have obtained great benefits. Otherwise, why would he be so intense? Chi Feng and the other two powerhouses also revealed strange expressions. They looked at the flesh cocoon in a daze. They also realized that this should be a blessing and not a curse. Then, they gradually became shocked. What kind of status did they have? Their eyes were like lightning. They could see through the flesh cocoon and some of the situation inside. Long Dayu's limbs disappeared. Was he transforming into a dragon? To be more precise, was he transforming from a winged sky dragon into a true dragon? Bang! The flesh cocoon shrank again and became even smaller. Moreover, it blossomed with a beam of light that soared into the sky. After a long time, Long Dayu broke out of the cocoon. His body had become so small that it was almost unrecognizable. I've become a true dragon. He was also doubtful. It seems like it, but why do I feel that something is wrong? Old Gu was puzzled. The three powerhouses were also stunned. They felt that something was wrong. At this time, Long Dayu was only the length of a finger. He was chubby and white. There were no horns on his head, and there were no scales on his body. Instead, he was stained with blood. His true body had not been completely revealed from the blood, but some clues could already be seen. Is he a true dragon? Qi Feng tried to identify. No. Chu Feng shook his head and then sighed. He looked like he could not bear to reveal the truth. What do you think I look like? Long Dayu asked. He was also looking down at himself. Maggot, Chu Feng told him directly. He said that it was better to get the pain over with. It was better to accept the reality as soon as possible. Maggot, Long Dayu screamed and looked down at himself. Then, his voice became more and more ear-piercing. He screamed endlessly. He naturally saw it too. Then, he began to doubt his life. How did he transform? How did I become a maggot? He hit his head hard. Maggot, Old Gu nodded. Qi Feng and the other two were dumbfounded. They did not know what to say. They just looked at their brother. I don't want to live anymore. Long Dayu jumped into the void with a whoosh. He moved quickly on the surface of the sea like lightning. It was too shocking. Dayu, calm down. Qi Feng advised. Calm down my ass. I've already become a maggot. I'm going to reincarnate. My life is over. Long Dayu howled at the sky in grief and indignation. You're not a maggot, Qi Feng said. The other two powerhouses also held back their laughter. They saw something at this time. Do you have any sympathy? Why are you still laughing? Long Dayu trembled. Then he went crazy and howled. Evolved into a maggot? Cough. You only look like a maggot, but you're not one yet, Chu Feng said. In the end, it was Old Gu who couldn't hold it in anymore. Silkworm. Long Dayu was completely stunned. He wasn't a maggot, but a silkworm? How was this possible? He was a dragon. How did he transform into a worm? He was almost treated like a maggot. Yes, there should be divine silkworm blood flowing in your body, Qi Feng said. Then, he explained that in the prehistoric era, during Long Dayu's first life, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. In the end, his body was covered in a cocoon, and he was reborn. That time, any other creature would have died. There was no way they could have survived, but you did. The other powerhouse also spoke. Chu Feng spoke even more seriously. Don't look down on the silkworm race. They might be even stronger. Do you know that at the end of the Soul River, there is a supreme creature, the divine silkworm? It was once invincible. When Chu Feng spoke up to hear, he couldn't help but think of a question that made his hair stand on end. The Dog Emperor and the rotten corpse had picked up a blood-stained silkworm skin at the Soul River. It recorded one thing. The supreme divine silkworm at the end of the Soul River had a younger brother before it fell. That little silkworm was once a good friend of the Dog Emperor and the others. Back then, when they attacked the Soul River with Celestial the Arch, they seemed to have seen its elder brother. In the end, no one knew where he went. In despair, it left behind the silkworm skin to remind those who came after it. At this moment, Chu Feng seriously suspected Long Dayu's identity. Could it be that he was the descendant of that little silkworm? Or perhaps he was actually the little silkworm's original body. It was just that something went wrong, and he ended up like this? Dayu, what's your background? Who are your parents? Chu Feng asked. Long Dayu's response was indeed strange. He didn't know who his parents were. When he woke up, he was a dragon, and he crawled out from some famed mountain. Chu Feng frowned. He couldn't confirm anything based on this. A little dragon like you could also hatch in a famed mountain. It is indeed strange, Old Goose said. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. It's good that you're fine, Chu Feng said. What do you mean I'm fine? I'm still so small. Long Daiyu was furious. Fortunately, he could transform into a human form. When he returned to human form, he didn't shrink much. There are silkworms in one of the forbidden lands. You might be related to them. You might even be related to that old silkworm in the Soul River, Chu Feng said slowly. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Long Daiyu shook his head. In the end, Chu Feng went on his way. He rushed to the Zhou clan alone. Old Gu followed him from afar. The three powerhouses and Long Daiyu waited by the coast. If something really happened, they would definitely be able to sense the energy fluctuations in the sea. After all, whether it was Chu Feng or Old Gu, they all had the battle prowess of a chaotic prime. The so-called chaotic prime was the strongest creature in some small worlds in the heavens. They were compatible with the Tao and were existences like the Lord of Realms. In the center of this inland sea, auspicious clouds and divine light soared into the sky. Immortal mountains rose from the sea. Beams of light lingered and white mist surged. Spiritual chi was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. There were also many islands floating directly in the sky. They were sacred and transcendent. Jade palaces stood tall in the sky, flowing with immortal light. Golden palaces, bronze pagodas, and various other ancient buildings were also faintly discernible in the void from time to time. They floated above the clouds. The center of the sea was unpredictable. The creation chi was astonishingly dense. This is the Zhou clan. Chu Feng sighed. As expected of the sixth clan in the Yang realm, what he saw was definitely only the tip of the iceberg. This was the outermost area of their Tao arena. Even so, it was already very astonishing. This kind of place could provide for a few powerhouses to cultivate together. At the same time, he was sure that the Zhou clan definitely had an old ultimate expert overseeing it. Otherwise, it would be a shame for an invincible inheritance like the Sixth Orthodoxy. Of course, whether it was the Rotten Diyu or the old ultimate expert in a relatively better state, they shouldn't be in this Tao arena before him. Those creatures either used their physical bodies to suppress the source of the Zhou clan's creation or hid in a mysterious ancestral hall. They almost never showed themselves unless a major event like the extermination of a clan or the change of an era occurred. Therefore, Chu Feng wasn't worried at all that there was such a monster hiding in the dark for him. Although he was very strong now, it was far from enough in the eyes of those creatures. After arriving here, Chu Feng didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on the golden waves and looked at the celestial mountain and the floating island in the void. He cupped his fists. He didn't need to say anything. Someone had already discovered him. Who is it? On a celestial mountain in the sea, an old man with white hair and a youthful face opened his eyes. He was a celestial venerable, but he was only in charge of guarding the outermost mountain gate. Chu Feng was very polite and humble. He asked the old man to pass on a message that he was visiting an old friend. Who is it? Zhou Shi, please pass on a message that an old friend is here to visit the godlike girl, Chu Feng said. This could also be considered a secret signal. Back in the lesser underworld, she was quite mischievous and lively. At that time, she urged Chu Feng to cultivate and often said that the godlike girl was watching him from the sky. Oh, you know her? Yes. Chu Feng nodded. She had once said that her grandfather was the leader of the Zhou clan on the surface. It wasn't because of his great strength, but because the ancestors of their branch were extremely powerful. The old monsters didn't want to manage the clan and only cared about cultivation. Therefore, Zhoushi's grandfather could only take over passively and only control the Zhou clan on the surface. Therefore, when Zhoushi was mentioned here, the Zhou clan would definitely know about her. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the direct line. Wait a moment. The old man nodded. His lips moved and his soul light flickered. Apparently, he was sending a message to the depths of the celestial mountain. Before long, divine light shone and a holy aura flowed. Golden lotuses of the great Tao appeared in the void. Two old women walked over together. They were both very powerful and had terrifying auras. Girl she hadn't appeared yet, but two grand celestial venerables had arrived. Chu Feng was shocked. This was the power of the Zhou clan. It was difficult to see one grand celestial venerable in the outside world, but there were two in front of him. Up until now, Chu Feng hadn't come into contact with many grand celestial venerables. He had heard of one, the Dark Lion of a certain assassin organization in the underground world. The other one was the Yuan clan grand celestial venerable he had killed not long ago. The sixth clan in the Yang realm is indeed astonishing and unfathomable, Chu Feng muttered to himself. However, he was sure that even the Zhou clan couldn't have so many grand celestial venerables. As he saw it, having 3 or 4 was already the limit. He even suspected that only these 2 grand celestial venerables had come. Although he didn't see Girl She immediately, the Zhou clan had dispatched 2 grand celestial venerables. This showed that they attached enough importance to him. He just didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing. One of the old women was wearing a moon-white armor. She looked hale and hearty and was rather valiant and formidable looking. One could tell at a glance that she wasn't the kind of person who was soft and cunning. She was nodding with a smile, as if she was very satisfied. She said, "Not bad. You're so young, yet you've actually reached this step. Even I can't see through you." She responded with kindness and smiled at Chu Feng. The old woman beside her was different. She wore a golden ornament in her hair and wore a bright red dress. She didn't look old at all and wore bright clothes. Her eyes were even more fierce. "You're Chu Feng. Huh, you're so young, but so arrogant. I heard you've killed a few grand celestial venerables, so your killing intent isn't small. But remember, this is the Yang realm. Even though you're King Hung, you'll still get into trouble if you encounter the grand celestial venerables." Her tone was unkind as she looked at Chu Feng sternly. Chu Feng was baffled. The 2 people from the Zhou clan actually had completely different attitudes. He had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. In the Yang realm, he didn't need to look at other people's faces. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to evolve, so there was no need for him to be popular. However, they were Girl She's elders after all. Moreover, one of them was very kind to him, so it wasn't good for him to refute them at their first meeting. However, while he was thinking this and listening quietly and modestly, the powerful and fierce old woman didn't stop and was still lecturing him. Even when the other old woman signaled for her to be quiet, she didn't care. The Yang realm is very big and there are countless experts. You'll suffer a great loss if you act like this. If you're not careful, you might be killed in the wild. Don't think you're very strong. In fact, it'll be difficult for you to escape death if any grand celestial venerables are dispatched. Chu Feng really didn't want to listen to her lecture. He felt that it was an undeserved calamity. This was the first time we met, and there was no enmity between us, so why was she lecturing him like this? Of course, it wasn't good for him to reprimand her directly, so he said, "I'm all right. I've also seen grand celestial venerables, so protecting myself isn't a big problem. Can you protect yourself if you encounter a grand celestial venerables?" The powerful old woman's gaze became more and more unkind. She felt that he was too insolent and overly vain, so her impression of him became even worse. "How will you protect yourself?" Her voice was much louder and emitted intense energy waves. Not long ago, I accidentally killed a grand celestial venerables." Chu Feng looked very low-key, but the battle achievements in his words were really not low-key at all. The old woman's gaze was like divine light and became increasingly fierce. However, before she could speak, someone in the white mist in the distance spoke first. "Is that so? You can even kill a grand celestial venerables. Don't tell me that you can even fight against an almighty figure? You're really talking big." These words were a little heavy as she questioned Chu Feng. "It shouldn't be a problem." Chu Feng nodded and wasn't afraid at all. Fighting against an almighty figure shouldn't be a problem. An unkind voice came from the white mist. That person felt that Chu Feng was too unreliable. It was better to show off and boast according to reality. He was really too frivolous and arrogant. "Ha ha. And that old woman in a bright red dress laughed even more. It was a little ear-piercing and became even colder. Yes, there really isn't a problem. Chu Feng was simple and down-to-earth. At least, he felt that he was already very modest. He said, "Just before dawn, in the latter half of the night, I just killed an almighty figure. That's all." Chapter 15:19. This area suddenly became quiet, and only the golden waves were moving up and down. He just killed a third-step cultivator before daybreak. That's all. Someone whispered in the distance, repeating what Chu Feng had said. These words were like a celestial curse that echoed in everyone's ears. In particular, these words had a demonic quality to them. It was as if they wouldn't stop, and they echoed like thunder. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore, such as the powerful old woman, the Grand Empyrean in the red dress. She let out a cold snort, and her eyes were very cold. The people of the Zhou clan had always been very low-key. This was related to the teachings of their ancestors, so they didn't like arrogant people, especially those who had no strength but were arrogant. This powerful Grand Empyrean looked at Chu Feng with even more hostility. Living in this world, one should be respectful and humble. You won't live long like this. If this wasn't Zhou Shi's elder, Chu Feng would have stretched out his body and slapped her. If he could use force, he would never use his mouth. There was nothing more convincing than this. However, he hadn't even met Zhou Shi yet. If he beat up the Zhou clan's Grand Empyrean first, it would be too embarrassing. This old man hates arrogant people the most. You don't have the corresponding strength, yet you want to show off. This kind of vanity is the most shameful. The voice of an old man came from the fog and the sea. He was very dissatisfied and felt that this young man was too pompous and lacked substance. At this moment, even the white-armored Grand Empyrean, who was very satisfied with Chu Feng, revealed a helpless expression. He felt that this old friend of Zhou Shi's was a bit too much. In their view, no matter how powerful King Hung was, it would be very difficult for him to kill a Grand Empyrean, let alone kill a third-step cultivator. However, they didn't know that when Chu Feng killed a Grand Empyrean, he had 2 King Hung Dao fruits. Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, this was unimaginable. As for guessing that Chu Feng had evolved again and advanced once more, that seemed even more illusory. It was simply unrealistic and unrealistic. That was because they had already understood Chu Feng through Zhou Shi. This was a young man, and his rate of evolution could already be considered astonishing and rarely seen since ancient times. If he directly broke through to the Empyrean realm at this age, it would be strange. He would rot and die by himself. Therefore, the people of the Zhou clan still thought that he was King Hung Dao fruit. Now that he was so high profile and showed off his achievements, those who were prejudiced against him naturally didn't believe him. Really. Chu Feng was calm and unperturbed. There was nothing to hide. Moreover, he felt that he was being modest. He wasn't exaggerating. I ask you, how long have you been in the living world? Only 10 years or so. In such a short period of time, you can already look down on the world and look down on the Almighty. Chu Feng was speechless. Just how much was he being looked down upon? His body began to emit strands of energy, which gradually grew stronger. However, the sea region immediately sensed it. Runes soared up from the golden body like flames. It also seemed as if countless order runes were interweaving and causing the entire sea to tremble. Apparently, the Zhou clan had set up a shocking domain in the sea. As long as the energy level here was slightly higher, the entire region would be activated and given early warning. That was why the Zhou clan would immediately sense that if a supreme expert were to appear and release energy or secretly cause trouble. Chu Feng sighed and didn't raise his energy level again. He didn't want to take the initiative to activate the Zhou clan's warning domain for fear of breaking it. The red-robed old woman, the powerful Grand Empyrean Zhou Yunling, revealed a surprised expression. She was somewhat suspicious. This youth was indeed very powerful. Although she hadn't seen him erupt with his full power, he had indeed surprised her just now. Did you really kill a Grand Empyrean? At this time, the white-armored old woman, the Grand Empyrean Zhou Yunxian, who was very kind to Chu Feng, couldn't help but ask. That was because she was indeed somewhat suspicious. Could it be that this youth's talent was even more terrifying than they had imagined? If he really had such an ability, they would truly be terrifying. This kind of talent, this kind of age, and this kind of strength could definitely be considered world-shattering. No matter what, the Zhou clan should keep him. This was Zhou Yunxian's suspicion. That was why she asked cautiously and seriously while looking at Chu Feng. She was waiting for his serious reply and not some exaggerated bragging. I have. Just a few days ago, I killed a Grand Empyrean from an enemy orthodoxy. Yes, the supreme expert I killed just before daybreak was also from that clan. Chu Feng replied with a smile. He was very relaxed and didn't feel the slightest bit nervous or serious. That was because he really didn't feel that he had gone overboard. This was reality. However, some people in the Zhou clan felt that this wasn't serious enough. The white-armored Grand Empyrean Zhou Yunxian opened her mouth and wanted to say something. She somewhat believed that Chu Feng had the strength to kill a Grand Empyrean. She loved Zhou Shi very much. After hearing this descendant talk about Chu Feng in detail, she felt that his potential was boundless. However, in the eyes of some people, it was a bit unconvincing for him to say that he had killed a supreme expert. You should leave. Don't see Shi anymore. At this time, in the depths of the celestial mountain and the sea, the old man who had spoken before said this. It was obvious that this was a supreme expert. Whether it was his status or age, he was even higher than the two Grand Empyreans outside. I want to see Zhou Shi. Chu Feng felt helpless. What was this? However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. After all, he was special. Normally, no one at his age could kill a supreme expert. The old woman in red, Zhou Yunling, coldly said, My Zhou clan's ancestor was an invincible being who reached the peak of the universe. Although he was heaven-defying back then, according to the records, he never had such a terrifying battle record in his youth. The old woman in red, Zhou Yunling, spoke coldly. She also urged Chu Feng to leave. There was no need to see Zhou Shi. At this time, a young woman's voice came. Haha, so powerful. He can kill Grand Empyreans and supreme experts. He is even more powerful than my ancestor when he was young. Another young man said, Yes, heroes come from the youth. It's just that he's a bit too powerful. To be more precise, it's a bit exaggerated. Among the celestial mountains and the sea, many young men and women appeared. They were all elites of the Zhou clan and had come from the mountain. They happened to hear the conversation between Chu Feng and the Grand Empyreans and couldn't help but speak. What are you all talking about? Behave yourselves. An ethereal, fairy-like, elegant, and otherworldly woman appeared. Her beauty was astonishing and rare. She stood out from the crowd and could be said to be otherworldly. It was Zhou Shi. She had arrived. Chu Feng, you're here. Zhou Shi's kind and sweet voice came from the celestial mountains. She was as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world as she quickly arrived. Many years had passed, but she hadn't changed much. Her face was still the same, her temperament was outstanding, and she was still as bright as ever. However, if one looked closely, they would see that she had grown a bit taller. After all, she was only a teenager when she arrived in the Littlean realm. Now, she was slender and elegant. Her figure was exceptionally tall and slender, graceful and elegant. She was incomparably stunning, like a blossoming celestial lotus. I had something to do and was delayed for so long to come see you. Chu Feng softly said as he gently looked at Zhou Shi. She hadn't changed much. After seeing him, she was sincerely happy and affectionate. She quickly approached. However, Zhou Yunling was very dissatisfied. Her bright red dress danced in the wind as she followed Zhou Shi closer. Her attitude towards Chu Feng wasn't good, and she didn't want the two of them to be too close. You're not late. I've been waiting for you. Zhou Shi's smile was very sweet and bright, making the world exceptionally radiant. This caused some people from the Zhou clan to become even more dissatisfied. At this time, a young woman who had followed them said in a low voice, "I've already said that although she is intelligent, she is too kind and ethereal like a fairy. She doesn't eat the food of the mortal world and trusts the people of the secular world too much. She is easily infected and deceived." "Damn you, are you slandering me? Do you think I'm a bad person?" Chu Feng wasn't happy. Couldn't they be a bit more tactful? They were saying bad things about him right in front of him. "We're guests from afar. Don't be so direct," a young man said. However, his words weren't that indirect either. Chu Feng was almost speechless. Did this group of people think he was a liar and a pompous person? Zhou, she was a bit angry. She looked at her cousins with an unfriendly expression and said, "Don't talk like that, okay? He's my friend. We've gone through thick and thin together, through life and death together. You've gone too far." When they heard this, some people's expressions changed slightly. Grand Heavenly Sovereign Zhou Yunling's expression was even darker. A young woman couldn't help but say, "Zhou Shi, you should know that the elders of the clan are very open-minded and directly sent two Grand Heavenly Sovereigns to see him. This is a lot of pressure. After all, the big clans he has offended are all very terrifying. Our Zhou clan values him enough, but look at his performance. It's too bad." Zhou Shi was just about to speak when Chu Feng couldn't help but say, "How am I bad? Didn't I just say some truths?" At this time, one of Zhou Shi's cousins walked up to Chu Feng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you don't know much about our Zhou family. Some of the elders hate arrogant and conceited people with no corresponding strength. Even if they're talented, they're not worth nurturing. For so many years, the old antiques of our clan have followed the rules of our ancestors. What kind of geniuses haven't we seen? We've seen too many monsters who fell prematurely. In conclusion, only those with extraordinary temperaments, steady, and low-key geniuses can go further." Chu Feng wanted to say that at least here, he was already very low-key, very steady, and didn't show off. Zhou Shi's cousin said, "If you said that you defeated Grand Heavenly Sovereigns, then that's about right. Who would have thought that you would be so excessive? You even dare to casually say that you killed a supreme being." Zhou Shi didn't like hearing this. She glared at her cousin and said, "What are you talking about? It's naturally not a problem for Chu Feng to defeat a Grand Heavenly Sovereign. Although he likes to brag, he never goes too far. Besides, what's wrong with saying it? If you don't act frivolously in your youth, then when will you? This is self-confidence. With goals and ideals, you can achieve them very quickly. Isn't it a little too unreasonable for you to be protecting him?" The group of young people was speechless. In fact, Chu Feng was also speechless. In the end, even Zhou Shi had a guilty conscience. She didn't think that he could kill a supreme being at the primordial chaos realm. After all, supreme beings were too terrifying. How could a young man kill them? "I really don't want to show off," Chu Feng said. He couldn't help it anymore. This group of young people were all direct descendants of the Zhou clan. Some are on good terms with Zhou Shi, while others didn't. Now that some people saw Chu Feng's appearance, they immediately despised him. Some people didn't like him, thinking that he was still unrepentant. Chu Feng didn't speak. His body glowed again, and the runes expanded, causing the sea to rapidly fluctuate. Can you really kill a Grand Sky Sovereign?" Zhou Yunling was surprised. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She took a step forward, wanted to see how strong Chu Feng really was. The Grand Sky Sovereign Zhou Yunxian, who had a good impression of Chu Feng, revealed a strange expression. She was a bit startled and even had some doubts and expectations. Could it be that everyone was wrong? "Senior, you should stay back. I'm afraid of colliding with you." Chu Feng looked at Zhou Yunling, who wanted to test him. At this time, Chu Feng himself was retreating and had Zhou Shi hide in the Immortal Mountain. The energy runes on his body continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. Even if he damaged the Zhou clan's mountain gate, they probably wouldn't be angry. This couldn't be blamed on him. "Oh, you are very strong, but even I can't get close to you?" Zhou Yunling was cold. She really felt that this young man was boasting shamelessly. Even if this Chu Feng could fight against the Grand Sky Sovereign, could he really hurt her? Rumble. However, the next moment, her expression changed. There were countless energy runes in the sea, and they were all activated. The sea shook violently, and golden waves shot into the sky. Not only her, but even Zhou Yunxian and the powerhouse in the Immortal Mountain were shocked. How was this possible? This young man's energy level was too high. It didn't match his status and age at all. The void around him was collapsing and distorting, and the sea under his feet was boiling. Crack! In the sea, the original warning domain was collapsing. Many order runes had been forced out and were broken in an instant. Rumble. Great waves surged in tens of thousands of layers, rushing into the heavens, scattering all of the clouds in the sky. The entire sky dome was shaking, trembling, terrifying black cracks appearing. "Senior, you should stay back," Chu Feng said calmly as he looked at Zhou Yunling. Zhou Yunling's red dress fluttered violently. She couldn't even stand steadily in this powerful aura. She found it hard to believe that this young man was actually so powerful. She didn't believe it. As a Grand Sky Sovereign, how could she not withstand the energy released by this young man? One had to know that the other party hadn't even made a move yet. She suddenly took a large step forward and approached Chu Feng. She was determined to measure just how powerful he was. This was a bit impulsive, and it was clear that the old woman was quite unyielding. However, this young man was like a peerless demon king. The space around him was distorted and constantly collapsing. His energy level was shockingly high. With a bang, the old woman was blasted away by a resplendent rune. She was almost sent flying. In the end, she staggered back and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. What kind of power was this? It was too tyrannical. She was shocked. At this time, Chu Feng didn't hide anything. He could see that the Zhou family didn't have any deep malice towards him. They only loathed him for being too arrogant and overestimating himself. What was there to be low-key about now? Why would he need to hide anything? He released the most powerful energy to his heart's content and displayed his Tao fruit that was close to the eternal revered level. In this domain, no one at the Empyrean level could defeat him. What Grand Sky Sovereign? If they really wanted to fight against Chu Feng at full strength, they wouldn't be a match at all. Thus, when the old woman stepped into his human king domain, she was blasted back. At this time, he was impervious to all techniques. If a creature at the same level dared to approach him, they would naturally be injured. Kacha! In the distance, the Zhou clan's mountain gate was shining. Cracks appeared on it, triggering a huge rumble that alarmed many people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen elders appeared. If they weren't Empyreans, then they were supreme existences. They were all greatly shaken as they stared at the young man in the golden sea. One of Zhou, Xi's cousins, cried out, Damn, what he said is all true. He isn't bragging or exaggerating. He can fight a Grand Sky Sovereign. No, he said he killed one before. Within the mountain gate, Zhou Xi's cousins were incomparably shocked. How old is he? He actually sent our clan's Grand Sky Sovereign flying with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. What kind of monster is this? The group of youngsters were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even the girls who were competing with Zhou, she were greatly shocked. What kind of evildoer was this? What kind of monster was this? He was even more powerful than the Zhou clan's ancestors when they were young. Brother, you're really overflowing with arrogance. You were too low-key before. One of Zhou, Xi's cousins, said excitedly. More than a dozen elders of the Zhou clan appeared. They were all experts, and some of them were even supreme existences. Among them was the supreme existence that had been hiding in the clouds and berated Chu Feng for leaving. At this time, he was also greatly shaken. Moreover, he instantly thought of something. Could it be that this young man's words about killing supreme existences weren't empty words? He turned into a bolt of lightning. With a loud rumble, the void exploded. Energy runes were like smoke and clouds. They were incomparably terrifying, causing a huge mushroom cloud to rise in the sea. He personally took action to size up Chu Feng. The Supreme Existence's attack resulted in heaven and earth irregular phenomena. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless black void cracks extended into the heavens. Chu Feng stood in place without moving. When he saw the elder rushing over, he directly raised an arm and smashed over with a fist. Meanwhile, his feet were still nailed to the ground. How long? Between heaven and earth, dazzling light erupted. It was as if a large number of suns had fallen and exploded, drowning out this place. Fortunately, there were enough experts here. There was no lack of supreme existences. Many people quickly took action to suppress this place to prevent the mountain gate from collapsing and the innocents in the sea being harmed. Delightful. The supreme existence that rushed towards Chu Feng was extremely excited. He was laughing heartily. Now, he was convinced that this youth hadn't lied from start to finish. It could even be said that this youth was too low-key. He was like a bolt of lightning as he rapidly collided with Chu Feng. They exchanged intense blows. However, he quickly released a muffled groan because Chu Feng had moved. His entire body was erupting with special runes. His battle prowess overflowed into the heavens as he blasted him flying. Then, Chu Feng stopped where he was and no longer moved. He was extremely calm, like a towering demonic mountain. The Zhou clan's supreme existence trembled all over. He was sent flying by the light released by Chu Feng's invincible fist imprint. With a putong sound, he smashed into the golden sea, causing sky-high waves to surge. How is this possible? The Zhou clan's youth cried out in alarm. Regardless of whether it was the men or the beautiful women, their expressions all changed. Even a supreme existence wasn't this youth's opponent. Some young men and women looked toward Zhou Shi. They were all direct descendants of the Zhou clan, and they had a competitive relationship. But now, some people were trembling. Zhou Shi had just casually gone out, and she had already encountered such a monster. This was too inconceivable, too shocking. This, not to mention the younger generation, even the group of old fellows, the Zhou clan's famous elders, and those heavenly venerables and supreme existences were shocked. Their scalps went numb. What kind of monster was this? Today, they were indescribably shaken. It was as if they were in a dream. Open the main gate and invite Zhou Shi's friends inside. The most unyielding Grand Empyrean who didn't have a good impression of Chu Feng, Zhou Yunling, spoke. Her attitude had completely changed. She knew that she had wrongly accused Chu Feng before. Open the main gate of the Zhou clan? Damn, how many years has it been since something like this happened? One of Zhou Shi's cousins was stunned. Then, he rushed over and grabbed Chu Feng. He seemed to be filled with endless emotions as he said, "Even I haven't passed through that gate. It has always been sealed." Then he sighed, "Brother, you were too low-key at the beginning. However, this is also the best way to show off. You did this on purpose, right?" At this time, several young girls looked at Zhou Shi with envy and jealousy. But after all, they were related by blood. They all walked up to her and whispered to her, rapidly improving their relationship. Chapter 15:20. Opening the main gate seemed to be an extraordinary courtesy. Chu Feng was astonished. Soon, he knew how extraordinary the main gate of the Zhou clan was. Normally, the so-called gate couldn't be seen at all. It would only appear when the place was activated. The sea was vast, with golden waves rising and falling. Immortal mountains were everywhere, surrounded by white mist. There were countless beautiful sceneries, but normally there was no such thing as a mountain gate. Now, following Zhou Yunling's orders, there was an endless rain of light between the immortal mountains. It was as if a supreme expert of the mortal world had ascended to immortality, bringing with it boundless vitality and light beams. A giant gate appeared out of thin air. There was rich ancestral Tao substance there, surging divine granules, and a sparkling rain of light sprinkled down. It was incomparably divine. "Please," Zhou Yunling said. As a great heavenly sovereign, her status wasn't inferior to that of the clan's powerhouses. Moreover, She had great potential and could attain the origin Dao fruit in the future, so her words carried a lot of weight. She and Zhou Yunxian were known as the Zhou clan's spirit and immortal prides. They were seen as powerhouses with the potential to touch the edge of the great universe realm. Now, she was leading all of this. The powerhouses and the other famous figures didn't object and express their approval. Chu Feng hadn't expected that the old woman who had been the fiercest and most disdainful of him would be the most cordial to him now. He hadn't expected such a result. A rain of light sprinkled down from the giant door. Order runes constructed a golden path that rapidly spread forward. Immortal mist pervaded the air and ancestral Taoist matter evaporated. The path of light extended to Chu Feng's feet. Apart from this, there were all kinds of phenomena near the bright and wide path. For example, large golden lotuses took root in the void, and there were fiery red vermilion birds and golden heavenly dragons circling about. Great Tao fragments appeared, accompanied by chaotic fluctuations. The powerhouses stepped onto the path and motioned for Chu Feng to come up. Zhou, she was naturally among them. She was also one of the main characters today. As for the young men and women, they were somewhat envious at first, but in the end, they were allowed to set foot on this path. Soon, Chu Feng knew why Zhou, she's cousin, was so surprised and envious. This so-called main gate actually contained great fortune. At this time, the ancestral Tao substance turned into a beam of light that illuminated everyone's bodies. It was actually baptizing everyone on this path. At the same time, the chanting of scriptures rang out, and a large number of characters bloomed, branding themselves in the void, and then falling towards the people on the road. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart was calm. He comprehended a boundless great Tao, a pure and vast heaven and earth. He seemed to have seen the heavens above. In that instant, he seemed to have comprehended the Tao, sinking into an indescribable state. Very quickly, he came back to his senses. In such a short period of time, he had actually comprehended many things. It was as if he had been in seclusion and comprehending the Tao for several years. Chu Feng, who had just recently broken through and was very close to achieving dual eternal godhood, was deeply shocked. He had been consolidating his cultivation base for years. This was terrifying. Walking through the main gate of the Zhou clan actually had such great benefits. We won't open the door unless it's a distinguished guest from our clan. Zhou, she explained in a low voice. Obviously, the Zhou family attached great importance to Chu Feng and treated him like an old monster at the top of the almighty realm. At this time, Zhou Yunling was no longer fierce. Although she didn't say anything to his face, she secretly expressed her apologies. This old woman had a strong personality and hated evil. When she didn't like people, she didn't hide her unkind words. But when she saw someone she liked, she was overly passionate. At this time, the other grand heavenly venerate, Zhou Yunxian, smiled and explained. She had always been gentle and kind to Chu Feng. Zhou Yunling isn't a bad person. She has to think for our clan. You killed Tai Wu, became enemies with the martial madman, offended the Yuan clan, and even fought to the death with the human king and Mo clan. We are indeed under a lot of pressure to welcome you like this. She didn't need to say more. Chu Feng naturally understood the situation. He had many enemies, and they were all from powerful clans. How many people could stop a creature like the martial madman? No matter what the Zhou clan did today, he wouldn't be surprised. Moreover, the Zhou clan didn't have any evil intentions towards him. Earlier, they had even sent 2 grand heavenly venerates to see him, to see how he was. Of course, he wasn't overwhelmed by the favor, so he was very calm. In this world, there was no love or hate for no reason. If he wanted to gain respect, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, why would the Zhou clan dare to take the risk of offending a martial monarch to welcome him? Today, Chu Feng's performance was so terrifying that even the Zhou clan had opened the main gate for him. Just as he was about to step into the immortal mountain, Chu Feng hesitated. Would there be any rotting cosmos-level life forms? He didn't want to face such monsters. He trusted Zhou, Shi, and could see that the Zhou clan didn't have any evil intentions towards him. It could even be said that they were full of goodwill. However, he had always been wary of the old and rotting cosmos-level life forms. He didn't want to come into contact with them. The current him wouldn't be able to retaliate if he encountered those monsters. The gap between them was too big. It's all Li Xuanzi's fault. I originally had a supreme weapon on me that was enough to protect myself, but he stole it. Chu Feng muttered to himself. During the battle at the Soul River, Li Xuanzi had asked if there were any other emperor weapons in this world. Then, a certain long bronze piece on Chu Feng's body flew away. Afterward, it never returned. Li Xuanzi didn't return it at all. It was something Chu Feng had brought out from the Supreme Forbidden Area. It was a broken piece that had fallen from the Celestial Emperor's bronze coffin. Li Xuanzi, you stole my coffin lid. It's not difficult to return what you borrowed. Damn it. Chu Feng cursed in his heart. He was full of resentment. Although he had the stone jar on him, this thing's revival wasn't under his control. Zhou blinked her large eyes and said with a mischievous smile, "Don't worry, this godlike girl will protect you." She understood Chu Feng too well. She could tell with a single glance that he had some misgivings. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. She knew that it wasn't easy for him to rush from the small nether realm to the yang realm. To achieve so much in such a short time, he had paid a lot of blood and tears. All these years, she had been searching for Chu Feng. She had learned many things about him through inquiring and understanding. Chu Feng was speechless. This godlike girl was still far from becoming a celestial venerable, so how could she protect him? However, he naturally trusted Zhou Shi and was willing to follow her forward. Of course, Chu Feng was also confident. Although he didn't have the coffin lid fragment, he still had the means to protect himself if he was forced into a corner. Boom! Suddenly, the distant sea surface exploded. To be more precise, it was a great explosion in the void. It caused golden waves to surge and hit the sky. "Who's making things difficult for my brother?" Someone shouted loudly. Energy materials overflowed into the sky as mushroom clouds rose above the sea. The radioactive materials were so dense that they could destroy the heaven and earth. The old man had arrived. He had been following them from afar and had charged over after sensing the aura of a great battle. In addition, after the old man had descended, the strange dragon and the three powerhouses had also arrived. They were following from a place further away. They had already made arrangements. If they sensed something was wrong, they would come to support Chu Feng. The people of the Zhou clan were moved. A great primordial chaos expert had arrived. In addition, there were three powerhouses who had come together. "Old Gu, don't misunderstand," shouted Chu Feng. The surrounding people immediately understood that Chu Feng actually had so many powerhouse friends who were holding the line for him and following him from behind. In the end, the old man and the strange dragon were also invited into the Zhou clan. Behind the main gate was a flight of steps that led straight into the sky. There were many islands there, and one of them was surging with clouds and immortal mist. It was very faintly discernible. There's more than one honored guest today. There was an ancient palace on the island, and an incomparably old expert walked out to personally welcome everyone. He was a great primordial chaos expert. He was very old, and his back was hunched. There was a dense aura of decay on his body, but everyone in the Zhou clan was incomparably respectful towards him. That was because this old man had lived for too long and was one of the strongest experts below the Zhou clan's great universe and ultimate existences. Why do you look a bit like an old friend of mine?" The old man from the Zhou clan said as he stared at the old man. "Zhou Bo, you're still alive?" The old man was astonished. Is it really you?" Just like before, unrestrained and frivolous. "You brother-gnawing race." The old ancestor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Bo, stared at the old man with an unfriendly expression. The old man was immediately infuriated. F***CK. It was one thing to be recognized, but he even mentioned his past preposterous matters in front of a group of juniors. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He really wasn't wrong. The old man had been called a brother-gnawing race back then. The people of the Zhou clan were all shocked and speechless at the same time. The old ancestor dared to say anything. Wasn't this offending people? Zhobo said, "Come, let me introduce you. He's the negative example I've often mentioned to you. He's that Gu Chenhai. Zhobo, you old man, you're too hateful. You actually used me as an example and ridiculed me in front of the juniors. Hateful, hateful." The old man was resentful. He had actually become a negative example. At this time, the group of elders from the Zhou clan, as well as the young elites from the direct line of descent, revealed strange expressions as they stared at the old man. They had long heard of his name. This prehistoric negative example had actually appeared in front of them and made them incomparably curious. The old man said angrily, "Old man, Zhou, I'm warning you, don't provoke me. My big brother Li Su appeared not long ago and is still alive. Be careful, or I'll have him tear down your sect. Do you see that? He's still the same as before," mentioning his big brother Li Su at every turn. Zhou laughed heartily. Then, his expression became unfriendly as he said, "Where is Li Su? Tell him to come here. My clan's ancestor has always been looking for him. Was he the one who smacked the back of my ancestor's head with a brick?" This kind of secret, this kind of old grudge, was actually brought up by the Zhou clan's ancestor without restraint. The group was dumbfounded. Chu Feng was also dumbfounded. What kind of detestable thing had Li Su done? Wherever he went, there were people who wanted to beat him up. However, Chu Feng wasn't surprised. After all, he had heard this more than once. In order to practice the ultimate fist, Li Su had once been extremely daring. He had attacked the patriarchs of the clans that possessed the top 10 breathing techniques. It could be said that he had eaten the heart of an immortal and the gall of a celestial emperor. Of course, after the sneak attack, those patriarchs had been searching for Li Su for a long time, wanting to beat him to death. "Tell your big brother to come. My clan's ancestor will be very happy and will personally receive him," Zhobo added. The old man was a bit helpless. He guessed that Li Su wouldn't want to get close to the Zhou clan. After all, he was in the wrong and had run away after beating them up. However, after the old man's interference, Chu Feng felt that he wouldn't be afraid even if the Zhou clan's great cosmos-level entity revived. After all, Li Su's brother was here, and he was born to be a scapegoat. "Why are you looking at me?" The old man was scared. He felt that there was something wrong with Chu Feng's gaze. "He's looking at the black pot on your back," the strange dragon said. He understood Chu Feng too well and had experienced this many times. "Damn you, did I come to the wrong place?" The old man came to a realization and felt a wave of lingering fear. He prayed that the Zhou clan's prehistoric patriarch wouldn't sense anything and wake up. At that time, he would beat him up indiscriminately. That would be unjust. At this moment, the old man felt as if there was a rotten old monster staring at him from the depths of the Zhou clan's immortal mountains. It sent a chill down his spine. The Zhou clan was very polite and satisfied with Chu Feng. The strange dragon couldn't help but want to say something. Was he looking at son-in-law? That was because all kinds of topics revolve around Chu Feng and Zhou Shi. "My brother is here to borrow the soil," the old man said. He wasn't polite at all to the Zhou clan, mainly because he was provoked by Zhou, Chu Feng, and Zhou. She had many things they wanted to say. The two were whispering. Ever since they parted that year, they hadn't had the chance to meet again, even though they had met on the 3 battlefields. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chu Feng didn't want the old man to continue. He had come to find Zhou Shi because he didn't see her as an outsider. He trusted her completely and wanted to understand the upcoming unification of the world of the living. He didn't want to borrow the soil from the Zhou clan. "Oh, little friend, are you going to mature the medicinal tree and enter the realm of the Almighty? Isn't it too fast? This isn't good for you, and it's easy to cause big problems," said one of the Zhou clan's almighties. "It should be prepared in advance, right?" asked another. "It doesn't matter. No matter what, you are Zhou Shi's friend. We will support you unconditionally," said great deity Zhou Yunling with a smile. Her attitude was completely different now. Now, she was just like Zhou Yunxian, full of goodwill toward Chu Feng. Zhou Yunling secretly talked to Zhou Bo at the first moment. Then, she directly ordered people to get the almighty grade soil. Soon, someone sent over 4 portions. The old man had said that if he really wanted a breakthrough, 3 portions would be enough. 4 portions would be foolproof, and all kinds of accidents and variables had been taken into account. The old man was very shocked. This Zhou clan was really bold and generous. He had just casually mentioned it, and the clan didn't even blink and directly sent over 4 portions of the primordial chaos soil. One had to know that the higher the test, the greater the quantity. These strategic resources were reserved for their own clan and would never be given to outsiders. Moreover, they had never been sold. Now, he had just casually mentioned it, and the clan just gave it to Chu Feng. How much did they value it? The strange dragon watched from the side and was about to drool. Chu Feng was very embarrassed. He really didn't want to ask for the rare primordial chaos soil when he came to visit this time. Zhou said softly, "It's fine. Quickly put it away. If it's not enough, ask my old ancestor for more." The Zhou clan was speechless. Was this child being raised by someone else? How could she say that? Chu Feng didn't act pretentious. He really did need the almighty grade soil. Then, he took out a suet jade bottle and gave it to Zhou. "This is good stuff. I almost became a true dragon after eating it." Long Daiyu said from the side. He had almost blurted out that he had almost become a maggot. "What's this?" Zhou's cousins were curious and secretly urged her to take a look. Zhou and Chu Feng didn't treat each other as outsiders, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She didn't feel that it was rude to open it in front of her own people. She opened the suet jade bottle. This is a bloodline fruit." At this moment, even the Zhou clan's old ancestor, that great expert of the primordial chaos realm, Zhou Bo, was astonished. Brilliant divine light shot out of his eyes. "What? It's actually a bloodline fruit that can raise the strongest bloodline by a large margin and reach the purity of first ancestors' true blood?" The other people of the Zhou clan were also moved. This thing was too rare. If they had a choice, they would rather give up the mutant soil of the primordial chaos realm to obtain the bloodline fruit. That was because, as the 6th orthodoxy, although the almighty grade mutant soil wasn't abundant and was considered a strategic resource, it could be accumulated and found. However, the bloodline fruit was different. There were no more than 3 of them in the world, and almost all of them had disappeared and couldn't be found anymore. At this moment, the Zhou clan's people looked at Chu Feng more and more kindly and pleasing to the eye. "Not bad. Zhou didn't misjudge you." Zhou Yunling smiled amiably. Compared to her previous sharp temperament, it was as if she was a completely different person. Chu Feng's purpose in coming to the Zhou clan was to understand the general trend of the future. He wanted to know the result of the confrontation between the supreme beings in the sky and how the world of the living would be unified. Yes, the world of the living is about to be unified. This is an irreversible trend. All the races will discuss it together, and there might even be violent, bloody conflicts to choose an emperor. It might be the one from Yong Prefecture or the one from Yi Prefecture. The Zhou clan didn't hide anything and directly informed him of the situation. At this moment, another decree fell from the sky and landed in the Zhou clan's ancestral hall in the depths of the celestial mountain. "I feel that something even bigger has happened." Zhou Bo's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. Even the celestial mountain of the Zhou clan was rumbling and shaking violently. The floating island in the sky trembled as if it was about to fall. "Oh no! Something big has happened." In the distance, a cry of alarm came from a golden palace that was in charge of monitoring all parts of the world of the living. "What happened?" Zhou Bo shouted. "The great world barrier of the Yang realm has been broken through. A realm war is about to break out." "What? Could it be that not only the world of the living has been unified, but the heavens have also been unified?" The expressions of the elders of the Zhou clan changed. They realized that the situation had worsened to an unimaginable extent. An unprecedented disaster had arrived in this era. Chapter 1521. What kind of creature was this? It actually penetrated the barrier of the Yang realm world. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble in fear. This creature must have had great achievements. If it intentionally targeted some ancient orthodoxies in the Yang realm and carried out a targeted extermination, it would be terrifying. Everyone in the Zhou clan was horrified. Even some old monsters couldn't sit still. On the floating island, there was an ancient mirror hanging in the Golden Palace Hall. It was sparkling and shining as it monitored the Yang realm. It transmitted a blurry scene over and reflected it in the void. A large pitch-black hand directly swung over, scattering the primal chaos, penetrating the realm wall, and appearing in the Yang realm. There, the runes of order were concentrated. The patterns of the large black hand reflected the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. It was too grand and boundless. It could simply destroy the world. Kacha, the Zhou clan's precious mirror, shattered into pieces and could no longer reflect the scene in the Yang realm's realm wall. The realm war is about to arrive. All the order in this world will be overthrown. The most dangerous and terrifying era has suddenly arrived. Even my clan might be destroyed. Zhoubo said with a trembling voice. The great calamity had arrived. This was an incomparably terrifying, chaotic world. The era of bloodshed had arrived. At this time, Chu Feng already understood what the decree the Zhou clan had received was. There was only a simple line of words. Great unification, a ray of hope. Was this a revelation from a supreme being? That was why the Yang realm was in chaos not long ago. They were all discussing how to unify the Yang realm. But now, it seemed that the so-called great unification involved the myriad worlds and not just a single region. This was terrifying. Even ultimate existences might be wiped out. There wouldn't be many left. If the heavens were to truly bleed and the worlds were to fight, the so-called immortal inheritances and ultimate orthodoxies wouldn't count for anything. They would all be crippled and 90% would be flattened. This is a conspiracy, not a natural disaster. Why do we have to be unified? Isn't the current situation good? An aged powerhouse spoke with a trembling voice. His entire body was filled with the aura of decay. He didn't have many years left to live. He wasn't thinking for himself, but for the Zhou clan and the younger generation. Silence! Zhoubo scolded in a low voice. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. The large hole hadn't disappeared yet. The 3 emperor weapons and the sacrificial image were still there, still in confrontation. Let's see what's written in the new decree from the ancestral hall. Zhou Yunxian said. Just now, another decree flew over from the huge hole in the sky and landed in the ancestral hall of the Zhou clan. In reality, it wasn't just the Zhou clan. The top-ranked ancient orthodoxies had also received the latest decree. In the distance, that ancient palace floated in the void. There were several even more ancient experts overseeing it. They were all ancestor-level existences in the history of the Zhou clan. They had decayed and declined, almost losing their human forms. However, they were all struggling to survive, all for the sake of increasing the Zhou clan's heritage and protecting the clan. These people used to be clan leaders. Although they weren't at the peak of the family pyramid and weren't at the great universe level, they were still shocking. Even the weakest among them was stronger than Zhoubo. At this moment, someone sighed and said, "The great chaos has arrived. Is this the final ray of hope, or is it the final madness to harvest all the realms? Is there any other choice? At the very least, we can delay the destruction and let the various races live for a few more years. There's no other choice. Otherwise, once the sacrificial ground descends and we don't surrender, the entire clan will be wiped out. But I still feel uneasy. The entity behind the 3 emperor weapons united the Yang realm and the heavens. Is it really protecting us? These old monsters knew the core secrets of the Zhou clan. They knew even more than the decaying great universe beings who lived in seclusion. After all, they were the clan leaders of the Zhou clan. They had been in charge for many years. It won't necessarily turn into a bloody battle between the heavens. Isn't this a sign? The various races can negotiate calmly. If they take a step back, they might be able to stop the war. But who among the truly powerful races with ancient and complete inheritances in the great world would lower their heads? After living to this extent, who doesn't know that the more chaotic the world is, the stronger the experts will be? Those who lower their heads first are destined to be reduced to ashes. The so-called ray of hope is prepared for the strongest realm. An old man with half his body rotting sighed. He had been at the great origin chaos level for many eras and was about to become an expert with the eternal title. He was incomparably powerful. Let's talk first. If we can stop the war, it's better than dyeing the heavens with blood. Although our Zhou clan is ranked in the top few in the Yang realm, there are too many opponents in all the realms. It makes one feel deeply anxious. At the same time, they were also staring at an ancient mirror. It was even more simple and unadorned than the cracked one in the golden ancient palace. They saw a blurry scene. They stared at the broken realm wall and guessed which realm had taken action. The fallen immortal royal clan is truly powerful. They were the first to lose control. Do they want to rule the myriad realms? Although it's their clan's method, the gap there doesn't seem to be connected to the fallen immortal world. It's the world they're supporting. The fallen immortal royal clan is responsible for breaking through the realm wall and letting the creatures of that realm cross over. In the end, they discussed in secret. What they saw, as well as the runes on the decree, were reflected in front of all the famous figures of the Zhou clan. The general gist of the decree was that the heavens were unified, seeking life in death, and there was hope for a glimmer of hope. After Zhou Bo, Zhou Yunxian, and the others saw this, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeking life in death? Just how serious was this? Just how much had the situation deteriorated? Chu Feng and the old man's expressions also changed. At this moment, they all had a premonition that a reign of terror and a storm of blood had arrived. The world's shocking changes had truly begun. The fallen immortal royal clan is extremely powerful and terrifying. They've appeared again. The great realm supported by this clan was the first to rise in revolt, and they were even directly targeting the Yang realm. Zhou Yunling's expression was also unsightly. It was clear that this kind of undying inheritance, a clan ranked at the very top in the Yang realm, understood many astonishing ancient secrets that far exceeded the imagination of the people of the world. If there is a bloody battle, the first battle will definitely be against the fallen immortal royal clan. It's an incomparably terrifying clan right from the start. It's too terrifying. At this moment, a powerhouse was full of worry. Even the Zhou clan was worried, so one could well imagine how serious the problem was. The old man didn't say anything. The atmosphere here was heavy. Chu Feng was also uneasy. There's going to be a great battle in the Yang realm, and that so-called fallen immortal royal clan was definitely the great evil spirit race. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even though they're called the fallen immortal royal clan, do you all really think they're all immortals? Wouldn't that be too absurd? An elder spoke. Now, they were discussing in the palace, none of them hiding from Chu Feng and the old man. It was because these things were about to spread through the Yang realm, and the fallen immortal royal clan would become the common enemy of the world. Zhou Bo opened his mouth and said, "What are you nervous about? What are you scared of? What fallen immortal royal clan? It's not like they haven't been killed before, and the ones they killed were all true immortals, not creatures with empty reputations." He actually spoke of this type of secret, shocking everyone. Even the old man was greatly shaken. Chu Feng was even more astonished. The Zhou clan's resources were too terrifying. They had killed a few true immortals before. Don't think that the fallen immortal royal clan is that amazing. It's not like we can't defeat them. Back then, during the immortal expedition, my Zhou clan was also a powerful main force. Zhou Bo said to boost morale. At this time, Chu Feng suddenly thought of some old matters. The Yang realm's ancestors had fought against the immortal clan before, and then that battlefield was broken. Now, it seemed like it was a bloody battle against the fallen immortal royal clan. This was a confrontation between different systems and different branches of evolution, but there had to be other secrets behind it. How did the Immortal Clan become the fallen Immortal Royal Clan? Chu Feng understood a bit from the Dog Emperor, Nine Dowie, and the Rotten Corpse's words. The path had already been cut off, and the former glory had fallen into darkness. Were there still true immortal clans? Almost all of them had become fallen immortal royal clans. Was this part of the truth that was sticky with blood? Our Zhou clan's ancestor, once he achieved the cosmic body and reached the ultimate realm, he would take the initiative to kill immortals. Let me ask you, who among the Radiants hadn't killed a fallen true immortal? This was the style of the past. Zhou Bo tried to speak as casually as possible. Otherwise, if his family's morale fell before the battle even started, it would definitely be incomparably terrible. Some of what he said was true, but some were naturally exaggerated. The Zhou clan's ancestor had killed a true immortal before. This was true, but it wasn't something that could be done just by stepping into the cosmic body. One had to reach the mid to late stages to be able to do so. The rotten cosmic body couldn't fight against a true immortal. Of course, the Zhou clan's former ultimate experts and the cosmic body that had endured through the endless years were indeed ridiculously powerful. They had indeed killed a true immortal in the past. However, how many races could compare to the Zhou clan? After all, they were ranked among the strongest orthodoxies and had grasped one of the most powerful breathing techniques of this evolutionary civilization. How could they not be brilliant? Killed a true immortal? Our clan is so powerful. But what about the living ancestor? He can also do this, right? Everyone present was incomparably excited, their blood surging. Of course, our clan's ultimate experts have no problem killing a true immortal. Zhou Bo was proud and full of confidence in his clan's ancestor. Then, he added, "There's no harm in telling you. Our clan even has an ancestor who killed a true immortal in the past. He's still alive now." This shocked everyone, and then they became excited and their morale soared. So what if the apocalypse had arrived? Some of the Zhou clan's prehistoric ancestors were still alive. These people were definitely supreme experts who had experienced the trials of blood and fire. The Zhou clan's confidence immediately exploded. "Not bad, old Zhou. You've ignited our clan's glorious faith with just a few words," said the old man. Zhou Bo shot him a glance. "You're a negative example, a living failure case. Don't speak anymore. I'm afraid you'll lead our clan's elites astray." Then he added, speaking in a meaningful and heartfelt manner, saying, "Learn from your older brother. Even though he is black-hearted and ruthless, not some good person, he is indeed quite strong. Back then, he was also someone who killed a true immortal." Even the old man didn't know about Li Su's accomplishments, and this left him in a daze. But he quickly came back to his senses. Zhou Bo was scolding him, once again calling him a negative example. The old man's nose almost became crooked from anger. "How did I fail? Look at you. You've lived for so long, yet you're only a great origin immortal. I'm also an expert at this level." At this time, a bronze pagoda in the distance suddenly lit up. Zhou Bo's expression changed because he knew that this was the communication tower of the strongest races in the Yang realm. Apparently, the Buddhist race, Hung race, and Ji race wanted to have a secret discussion with the Zhou clan. Zhou Bo quickly walked into the bronze pagoda, and the old monsters of the strongest races appeared inside. They all knew each other and were all very serious as they quickly began to discuss in secret. The fallen immortal royal race borrowed the way and supported another great world. Their first choice was to attack our Yang realm. Their malice is strong, and this will be a war of world destruction. There's no way it will end peacefully. We won't rest until one side is dead. Let's fight. We must fight, and we must kill until the true immortal's blood dyed the sky red and immortal corpses littered the ground. Otherwise, we will never be able to stop this war. The races of the Yang realm were unexpectedly powerful. These old fellows' tempers seemed to be exceptionally great, and they almost wanted to start an all-out war as soon as they started talking, shouting that they wanted to kill immortals. This was because they knew that the fallen immortal royal race was too terrifying. This evolved civilization used to be so resplendent that it was shocking illuminating the myriad worlds. They had to fight to the end against this race that had clearly fallen and were no longer true immortals. According to the records, as long as the Yang realm retreated slightly, they would become even more ferocious and launch an all-out invasion. We can't be weak against this race, or else the consequences will be dire. Only by killing can we stop this war and beat them until they feel pain and fear. Only then can the blood and chaos be quelled. It would be best if we can kill a true fallen immortal king. This, even some of the old monsters who were discussing, sucked in a breath of cold air. They always felt that the Lee clan's old fellow was unreliable. He was already shouting that he wanted to kill a fallen immortal king. This pro-war faction was too powerful. We should pray that there are no more immortal kings left alive. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What are we afraid of? Our ancestors had killed true immortals and even used methods to make a fallen immortal king fall. As their descendants, how can we weaken our ancestors' reputation? We'll just kill them. Damn you, it's good that you shouldn't be weak, but it's also a big problem for you to be this excited. The old monsters were all silently cursing. However, when the most powerful races were discussing, an unforeseen event happened in the Yang realm. Rumble. The large hole in the realm wall fiercely expanded, as if an unrivaled creature was opening it up. It wanted to completely connect the two realms and merge them into one. At this time, a terrifying voice rang out, spreading to all parts of the Yang realm. Woo, we are originally from the same source, so why is there a need for blood and chaos? Even though we have been humiliated as fallen immortal royal race, we have never forgotten who we are. The opening of the realm this time is not for the sake of breaking through, not for the sake of weapons, not for the sake of blood and tears. We only wish to sit down and discuss with the various races. Who was this? A creature from the fallen immortal royal race was speaking. He actually said this type of thing. Chapter 1522. A stalk that blooms, 3 flowers originally belonged to the same family. We have never forgotten who we were, yet we are always misunderstood by our homeland. It is the most lamentable. At the place where the realm wall of the Yang realm was penetrated, that creature was actually incomparably sentimental. It was filled with melancholy and made people feel an extremely desolate situation. All the living beings in the Yang realm were shocked. Even some old monsters were frowning. As for fallen immortal king clans, more than 90% of the great clans didn't know much about them. But like Zhou clan, Li clan, Dao clan, and others, they naturally knew about their roots. They were indeed the same species. In fact, it could even be said that the celestial race had once been extremely brilliant. Their glory could be traced back to the celestial emperor, and they were once the orthodox race. However, they were contaminated, completely mutated. Their flesh rotted, and then they completely fell, walking towards a boundless abyss, becoming enemies from then on. Now, one of the fallen experts among them actually spoke like this, feeling sentimental about his past, his expression extremely sorrowful. It truly left others feeling endlessly shocked. Sigh, 1,000 years from now, who knows if there will still be people from my clan who will remember that we were originally of the same root and origin. But in this life, we are killing each other. Right now, there are some people in our clan who have truly awakened, even producing antibodies. Many of our clansmen are returning, comprehending their past and present lives. The fallen immortal king clan, this name that is filled with blood and sin, makes us feel as if blades are twisting in our hearts. Was this real or fake? The awakening of the fallen immortal royal clan. Did they really comprehend it? Of course, as long as there's light in this world, there's darkness. Even 10 suns can illuminate every corner of the world. Some of our clansmen fell very far into the abyss and couldn't come back. But we don't want to wage war against the Yang realm. Following the creature's narration, everyone learned a few things. The fallen immortal king clan was divided. There were some who were willing to reconcile with the Yang realm and no longer be enemies. Meanwhile, there were some fallen true immortals who fell even further into an even more terrifying abyss, unable to turn back anymore. They insisted on fighting, especially this time, when the heavens were unified and they sought life in the midst of death. The fallen beings that walked the extreme path couldn't bear it any longer. They wanted to fight the Yang realm to the death and destroy this realm. Bring it on. Who is scared of who? In the past, which family hasn't killed a true immortal? Any monster that has a bit of fame and wants to rise up has to be killed. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone. The Li clan's old man shouted. He really wasn't afraid at all. All over the Yang realm, many evolvers were dumbfounded. What kind of freakish era was that? The experts of the various races loved to fight and took pride in killing perfected immortals. Many people were stunned and quite shocked. Was the lost past of the Yang realm actually so powerful? The fallen immortal royal race was viewed as prey, with their heads on the line. At the realm wall, that creature said with a sigh, "We are willing to fight again, especially with the current situation. We are seeking life and death and fighting for a chance of survival. Why bother with internal strife?" Li clan's elders said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the creatures that have completely fallen into the abyss and can't turn back. Let them come as they please. This old man also wants to imitate my ancestor and kill a few." "Shut up, old manly." Even some of the old monsters in the Yang realm couldn't stand it anymore and told him to stop. At this stage, no one was willing to fight to the death if they didn't have to. That way, many living beings would bleed to death. On the realm wall, that creature was extremely indistinct, but he could see that it was humanoid. He spoke again, saying, "I hope that we can stop here. You and I who are of the same origin will no longer have blood and chaos." "Is what you said true?" An elder from the Buddha clan couldn't hold himself back anymore. His white brows were extremely long. His body appeared in the void, as if an ancient Buddha walked over from the distant past. There were symbols all around him that resonated with the 10,000 Tao. Ultimate creature. The Buddha clan's backing was terrifyingly deep after all. At this stage, there was an ultimate level creature that directly revived and spoke with the fallen immortal King clan. Of course it's true. That creature at the realm wall spoke. However, he then said in a low voice, "However, there are some issues that need to be resolved. Some of my clan's true immortals have fallen into the abyss forever, unable to recover. They need to be suppressed." And these words shocked all the great clans in the Yang realm. The fallen immortal King clan wanted to draw powerful reinforcements to kill another group of true immortals. They actually drew the experts of the Yang realm to take action and deal with their clansmen that have fallen into the abyss. Was this truly a complete break with those true immortals? Quite a few experts from the various clans of the Yang realm were overjoyed. Weakening the fallen immortal King clan was definitely correct in the general trend. How are we going to suppress them? The Buddha clan elder spoke. His skills were profound, and there were special golden symbols in front and behind him that formed a monastic robe that hid the heavens and covered the earth. This monastic robe gently trembled as if it could suppress the world. Enter the abyss. The creature at the realm wall spoke from within the mist. The expressions of many people in all parts of the Yang realm immediately changed. Was this still considered sincerity? If the ultimate experts of the Yang realm entered the region where the fallen immortal King clan resided, what guarantee of survival would there be? This was most likely just throwing their lives away. What was the meaning of this? Were they toying with the evolvers of the Yang realm? The creatures of all clans were silent at this time, their expressions unsightly. "Everything I said is true. Please look, the abyss has joined my body." At the realm wall, in front of the large hole, a rumbling sound rang out. The mist exploded, and it immediately became clear. That creature was humanoid and carried an immortal Tao aura, but there was also an abyss-like demonic nature. It was a very contradictory individual. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he gave off an incomparably ancient feeling, as if he had coexisted with heaven and earth for endless years. At the very least, he was a fallen true immortal. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. An abyss appeared behind him. At the same time, his body split apart, and an indistinct figure struggled free from his flesh and blood. It was dark and inauspicious, formed from symbols, and it merged with that abyss. This scene was extremely terrifying. What kind of situation was he in exactly? His body was bleeding, as if he had been split into two. A portion of the symbols that struggled free from his body merged with that black abyss. And even though his physical body had split apart, he was still alive and hadn't died. He was still speaking. Do you see? This is the abyss. Help me suppress it. This was like a silkworm transformation, but it was different. A silkworm cocoon had hatched into two creatures. One was in the split physical body, and the other merged with the abyss behind him. That cocoon, or rather that physical body, was continuously bleeding. It looked extremely terrifying. All the experts of the Yang realm were horrified and stunned. The condition of this creature made them feel that it was strange. Is this what you meant when you said that you have no intention of becoming enemies with us? The old man from the Li clan couldn't hold it in anymore. His anger surged, and he said, "This is clearly a challenge, a provocation. If you want to fight, why don't you be a bit more direct?" Some people felt the same way and felt that they had been toyed with. In the end, they still had to fight against this creature. No, I've truly awakened and recovered everything from my past life. However, there is an abyss attached to my body, so I asked the experts of the Yang realm to suppress it. The fallen expert, whose body was almost split into two, spoke. Heh. Behind him, a cold laugh sounded from the abyss. That indistinct figure formed from symbols had a terrifying, demonic nature. It made many evolvers in the Yang realm feel like their heads were splitting apart when they heard it. It was as if they were cursed. This was extremely strange. Two creatures were born from one body. Everyone was shocked. There was confusion, bewilderment, and doubt. Was it really as he said, that he needed someone to suppress the abyss connected to him? What was going on? Some people didn't believe it at all, believing that the fallen immortal king race was looking down on the Yang realm and purposely acting like this. In reality, they were humiliating all evolvers. There were also some people who suspected that perhaps what this fallen expert said wasn't false. He was indeed one body with two sides. He recalled his past life, but there was also a dark expert who fell into the abyss in his flesh. Don't tell me that some of the so-called fallen immortal king races people have awakened like you. That ultimate creature from the Buddha clan spoke. It is indeed like this. That creature didn't hide anything, replying like this. Then what are you still saying? Let's fight. The ultimate creature from the Yang realm couldn't hold himself back anymore, feeling more and more that the fallen immortal king race was bullying others intolerably. Please listen to me. I truly carry sincerity, asking you all to suppress and kill him. I will naturally stand together with you all. Now, I am imprisoned by the abyss, often not free. That creature spoke extremely seriously. However, his flesh was split in half, dripping with blood, looking extremely sinister and terrifying, making one shiver with fear. Was this real or fake? It could actually be like this. In that instant, many people in the Yang realm lost confidence. Where the heart is, the abyss is. One must destroy the heart. In the Yang realm, someone spoke. I will go suppress it. The Buddha clan's expert moved, directly hurrying over, wishing to give this fallen immortal king race creature a try. The world was greatly shaken. It was because that was a fallen, true, immortal, unimaginably powerful. Could the Buddha clan's ultimate creature deal with it? After so many years, the great evil spirit has finally appeared again. There is nothing left to say, just kill it. In the Yang realm, in some places, an ancient creature said softly. That Buddha clan expert's movements were extremely fast. After taking a step out, mountains and rivers flowed in reverse, crossing heaven and earth, passing through the endless void, arriving in front of the realm wall. Come, kill my true body, fill up the fallen abyss. That creature spoke. The two halves of his flesh released brilliance, unexpectedly having the sound of iron chains. Upon closer inspection, he was locked up, his cracked body bound in front of the abyss. Meanwhile, In the abyss, that indistinct body formed from symbols was laughing, his teeth extremely white, but it gave one a horrifying feeling. There were symbols all around his body, all of them whispering, immediately making countless evolvers from all over the Yang realm feel like their heads were splitting apart again. They were being attacked indiscriminately by a fallen true immortal. Fortunately, the Buddha clan's expert arrived. A monastic robe covered forward, blocking all of the darkness Tao patterns, suppressing this creature. In that instant, the whispering sounds disappeared, the terrifying fluctuations that corroded many evolvers scattering. The monastic robe was constructed from golden symbols covering the abyss. Divine radiance illuminated everything, as if it was purifying everything. They actually started fighting just like this. In the Yang realm, within the Zhou clan's palace, the old man sighed. He didn't expect things to develop to this step today. Chu Feng was also moved. The changes in the situation were unimaginable. A fallen immortal king came, one body with two sides, triggering the ultimate creature of the Yang realm to take action. A streak of dazzling radiance erupted. That monastic robe actually instantly ignited, and then it turned into ashes, burned away by a wave of black flames. This exceeded everyone's expectations. There was actually already a result after just exchanging blows. Then, that abyss released raging flames, incomparably pitch black, strange, and terrifying, directly devouring that Buddha clan ultimate expert. The Buddha clan expert released a low roar, but he couldn't struggle free. His entire body was drowned in black flames, sinking into the abyss, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Yang realm was speechless. What kind of creature was that? An exceptional expert rarely seen since ancient times. Yet he was actually defeated after just exchanging blows. Heaven and earth darkened, the sun, moon, and stars all disappearing. The Yang realm became dusky. An ultimate creature was actually directly devoured. Just how terrifying was that fallen true immortal? It was to the extent where many people's minds were shaken, wondering if that was still a fallen true immortal. It couldn't be a fallen immortal king, right? Right at this time, the large hole in the sky dome gradually closed. The primal chaos mace, myriad tribulations mirror, and reincarnation lamp. These three artifacts all disappeared. The sacrificial ground also disappeared at this time, disappearing just like that. A voice was disappearing into the distance, seeking life and death. There is only a sliver of life. The main sacrifice and the creature behind the three artifacts retreated at the same time. It was dusky right now, as if everything was rushing together. People couldn't see the direction clearly, and even the ultimate creature felt bewildered. There was fear in their hearts. What should they do next? Where the heart is, the abyss is. Please come and kill me. Over at the realm wall, the fallen expert spoke again. However, the experts of all clans in the Yang realm became cautious, their expressions grave. Who could kill him? The Buddha clan's expert was already quite strong, but he was devoured in the blink of an eye, making people feel suffocated. My Li clan is fearless. The Li clan's old monster was furious. Previously, his temper was also the worst. However, at this time, a large rain of light rose from Harmony Province's direction. One person moved first. The Feather Emperor? Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, even though he was in the Zhou clan, Chu Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He looked through a crystal wall of the Zhou clan and saw the powerful figure in the rain of light. Chu Feng naturally knew that person. He was suspected to be the person Qin Luoyin liked in her previous life. He was actually an ultimate expert. Chu Feng was moved. He had always thought that the Feather Emperor was a quasi-ultimate expert, but he didn't expect that this expert who rose after the martial madman and Li Su had already stood at the peak of the Yang realm. It was no wonder that during the three-way battle, he quickly defeated the overlord of the southern province and wanted to unify the Yang realm. At this time, on a mountain peak in the Yang realm, A woman of exceptional beauty gazed at the sky and saw the powerful Feather Emperor traversing through the sky. She was precisely Qin Luoyin. As someone in the Yang realm, she naturally sensed such a great event happening today. Can the Feather Emperor kill an expert from the fallen immortal royal race? Some people were muttering in some places in the Yang realm. If he can't be killed, how can he unify the Yang realm? He is someone who is determined to become a celestial emperor, an old monster said. However, there are also people who shook their heads and said, there's naturally no need to say more about how powerful the Emperor of you is. However, if the lineage of harmony wants to unify the world of the living, it might not necessarily be the Emperor of you who will reign supreme in the end. The waters of this lineage run very deep. The Feather Emperor set out, millions and millions of strands of divine radiance scattering down like a rain of light. It was incomparably divine, illuminating most of the heavens. It truly was as if he had ascended to become an immortal, illuminating the world. He pierced through the primal chaos and rushed towards the realm wall. Old Gu couldn't bear it any longer and said, "Today was supposed to be the day for us brothers to shine. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. I feel like the limelight has been stolen by someone else." Old Gu was not convinced. "Aren't we going to do something big?" Chu Feng was speechless. He was relatively calm. He had even crossed the Soul River. Although the world did not know its might, he was still quite confident. However, for some unknown reason, he felt slightly uneasy at this moment. Was something going to happen? Was it going to be a drastic change? Chu Feng was seriously doubting it. Something's wrong. What kind of situation is this? I keep on feeling like something big is going to happen. It's related to a great deal. The strange dragon spoke, his face full of seriousness and alarm. It was to the extent where even his scalp was a bit numb. Old Goose suddenly raised his head. He felt like his scalp was going to explode. Just what kind of unforeseen event was going to happen? It was to the extent where a few old monsters from a Zhou clan were also horrified. They felt intense uneasiness in their hearts. As a result, the Feather Emperor hurried over to the realm wall. A rain of light scattered down, divine to the extreme. He was extremely powerful. Resplendent, great Tao symbols appeared beneath his feet, as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world. Boom! Without any words, he pressed down towards the abyss with a single hand, covering the darkness. Chapter 1523. There's a situation. I sense a strong malice. Some bastard dog wants to target me. The old man spoke with an ugly expression. Then, he looked at an old acquaintance. It was the great origin realm expert from the Zhou clan who had mocked him again and again. "Zhou Bo, what do you mean?" Zhou Bo emitted a decaying aura as he looked at the old man with narrowed eyes. He saw the old man staring at him and felt rather hurt. That was because he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to such things. "Old Zhou, what do you want? Don't tell me you want to deal with me too." The strange dragon spoke. Then, he happily revealed his identity and told him who he was. "You're that little dragon. How did you become a maggot?" Zhou Bo was astonished. "You." The strange dragon almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhou Bo's identity was that of a great origin realm expert who was about to touch the domain of the universe. Naturally, he could see through the dragon's true form. Therefore, he had mistaken the dragon's true form as a worm. In a flash, the strange dragon bristled. "Damn it, you're the maggot. Your whole family is." Of course, he didn't dare to shout out. What kind of status did Zhou Bo's family have? They were the sixth orthodoxy in the Yang realm and a famous glorious family. They had no lack of decaying existences of a universe and were overseen by ultimate experts. If he really shouted out, he would be in big trouble. Divine Silkworm, look clearly, I've already surpassed the heavenly dragon." The strange dragon angrily corrected him. Zhou Bo had a strange expression. This dragon had already become a worm, yet he still had the nerve to say he had surpassed them. Fortunately, he didn't provoke Long Dayu again. Boom! At this time, a shocking change occurred at the boundary of the Yang realm. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out as boundless great Tao runes spread out. The ultimate existences that were fiercely colliding. The Feather Emperor was peerless and truly terrifying. After the large hand slapped over, it covered the abyss and illuminated the void, turning the darkness into light. One could see that the bottom of the abyss, the old monk seemed to have passed away in meditation and was burning in the black flames. Rumble. The Feather Emperor's large hand pressed down, wanting to fish the ultimate expert out from the abyss. Don't touch him. He can't do it anymore. The fallen true immortal side. He was one body with two sides. The radiant immortal body was split in half and bound to the side of the abyss, reminding the divine and powerful Feather Emperor within the reign of light. His dark side oversaw the abyss, cold and emotionless. It was currently emitting a terrifying aura to refine the old monk. Buzz. The void trembled violently. The Feather Emperor advanced, his true body closing in on the abyss. His large hand also reached in at an even faster speed. However, it was all too late. Even someone as strong as the old man from the Buddha race who could look down on the entire world was turned into ashes in the end. Moreover, at this time, the abyss expanded, about to swallow up the Feather Emperor. Countless people in the Yang realm cried out in alarm, especially the Buddhist race. They didn't even have their final thoughts anymore. That ultimate expert of their race actually passed away in meditation, completely devoured by the abyss. Feather Emperor. At this time, many people cried out in alarm. Even he was about to fall in. Countless people were paying attention, and countless experts were getting nervous. In Harmony Province, there was a creature sitting cross-legged on a famous mountain that no one dared to approach. He stared at the boundary wall of the Yang realm through the void. His aura was incomparably powerful. At this moment, even the former overlord of Harmony Prefecture was standing with his hands by his side, like a child standing behind this person, who was the overlord of Yongzhou. Back then, he was one of the leaders of the three-way war. It was only after his sect elder, the Feather Emperor, revived and appeared that he retreated. This group of people could be said to be astonishingly powerful. As for exactly what kind of monsters were alive, the outside world had no way of guessing. There was no doubt that they were absolutely terrifying and had the confidence to aspire to the top of the world. Otherwise, why would the overlord of Harmony Prefecture and then the Feather Emperor dare to take action and unify the Yang realm? Not good. On this mountain, in a place even further away, there was another youngster who cried out in alarm. It was because he saw the scene of the Feather Emperor being swallowed by the abyss. This youngster had an imposing appearance and outstanding talent. One could tell with a single glance that he wasn't an ordinary person. His innate talents were exceptional. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely be bewildered. Back then, he used his pure physical body to sneak through reincarnation. When he first arrived in the Yang realm, he had left behind karma, causing a certain 9-orifice stone core to give birth to a creature ahead of time. This youngster was the Kong. He was originally an immortal fetus within a 9-orifice stone core. After he was born, he was ultimately accepted as a disciple by Harmony Prefecture. It's fine. The only creature sitting on the mountain peak spoke. It was extremely unreal, indistinct, and illusory. Even the overlord of Harmony Prefecture was only a child at his side. At this moment, the moment he opened his mouth, he spoke the truth. Tao sounds rumbled, and laws appeared in the area. Immortal ripples flowed through the void. The Yang realm shall be unified by our bloodline. He spoke once again. It was very light, but it was as if the characters of the immortal Tao were engraved between heaven and earth, becoming a decree. In the extreme north of the Yang realm, the martial madman seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself. As expected, the monster of this bloodline is still alive. At the same time, at a certain source of darkness in the underground world, someone was also muttering. No wonder Harmony Prefecture has the confidence to establish a celestial emperor. There's actually such an ancient existence. From this, it could be seen how powerful this bloodline was. At this moment, it could be said that everyone's attention was focused on the Feather Emperor. Qin Luoyin was also staring at the scene, reflected on the surface of the mirror. "Oh no, the Feather Emperor has also fallen into the abyss," someone cried out in alarm. At the realm wall, the dark abyss expanded, extinguishing the boundless divine rain of light and swallowing the Feather Emperor. Everyone was greatly shaken. Another supreme expert from the Yang realm, known as a legend among legends, the Feather Emperor who had never been defeated, had actually suffered a calamity. "It's a conspiracy." In a split second, some evolvers cried out loudly. They believed that the fallen immortal king was playing tricks and that it wasn't a so-called fair fight at all. Moreover, they couldn't even talk about asking someone to help them suppress the dark side. There's no need to even think about it. This isn't a fallen true immortal. It should be a fallen immortal king. Someone said with a trembling voice, shouting that it was unfair. How shameful. The fallen immortal king is too despicable. Some people were resentful and emotional. However, the ultimate creatures from the Yang realm were silent. How powerful were they? They could clearly sense that this wasn't a fallen immortal king. Don't worry, the Feather Emperor hasn't been defeated yet. He only entered the abyss on his own initiative. Who knows, he might kill his way out in a while. Someone said. Sure enough, the abyss was flickering indeterminately. A rain of light surged, and the figure of the Feather Emperor gradually appeared. But very soon, that place became dark again. The old man revealed an odd expression and said, "When this Feather Emperor just came out, he was divine and powerful. He was boundlessly tyrannical and wanted to become a celestial emperor, but he was actually killed just like that." Zhou Bo sneered and said, "Ignorant and incompetent. Your eyesight is poor. What are you looking at? The Feather Emperor aspires to become a celestial emperor. How could he die so easily?" The old man said, "I don't want to talk to you. I can already feel your strong malice towards me. However, I'm warning you, my big brotherly Su is still alive. Don't provoke me." Zhou Bo was disdainful. He directly looked at the old man and said, "You from the brother-gnawing clan?" The strange dragon also muttered, "Something's wrong. I feel more and more uneasy. What exactly is going on?" "I don't think old Zhou will make a move against me. At most, he'll just kill the one surnamed Gu to the side." These words almost angered the old man to death. Were they even on the same side? Did they even know how to speak human language? However, he didn't want to fight amongst himself either. Instead, he stared at Zhou Bo and said, "You're already so old. Just calm down a bit. In the future, the world will belong to us youngsters." Zhou Bo was stupefied. Then he pointed at him and said, "Do you still have any shame?" The Zhou clan's people were also speechless. This negative example really was thick-skinned. The old man had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth, putting on an act and saying, "Old Zhou, just enjoy your retirement in peace. A youngster like me will rise up in this era. I will definitely get rid of the fallen immortal king clan. I am destined to become the main character of this era. My glory glorious through endless ages." Even Chu Feng couldn't watch on anymore. He wanted to give him a slap to wake him up. "Stop talking. We're still in the Zhou clan. Be careful, or old Zhou might beat you to death," the strange dragon said quietly. The old man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. He walked out from the palace, raised his head towards the sky, and then said, "What is there to fear? I can go anywhere in this world." Then, there was almost no then. A clap of thunder sounded. With a cautious sound, it blasted down on his head, blasting him until smoke rose from his entire body. He fell down on the spot, directly twitching and fainting. "Damn, what is going on?" The strange dragon was shocked. He stuck his head out, looking towards the old man outside the palace. Then, his expression also changed. With a hong sound, an enormous streak of lightning radiance descended from another part of the sky, hacking down on his body, making his entire body scorch black, smoke rising. He staggered, almost falling onto the ground. Fortunately, he was prepared. The The strange dragon was flustered and exasperated, saying, "Why did you strike me? Strike the old man. He's over there. What kind of eyes does the heavens have?" Recognizing the wrong person. This dragon has always known his place. Don't settle accounts with me. Everyone became stupefied. What kind of situation was this? Olgu, Chu Feng cried out. Fortunately, the old man's talents were exceptional. Even though he was suddenly attacked, seriously injured, he still made it through. With a carp flip, smoke rose from his body, reviving and standing on the ground. He immediately knew what was going on. The threat came from the heavens, making his fine hairs stand on end. That was heavenly tribulation. Stay a bit further away from me. The two of us are both going to cross tribulation. Meanwhile, the power of the lightning radiance is different. If you get too close, you will die. The old man quickly reminded the strange dragon. Whoosh! The strange dragon was extremely intelligent, immediately understanding what was going on. He had previously eaten the bloodline fruit, and his body seemed to have evolved, becoming much more powerful. He was destined to cross the heavenly tribulation. I say, how could I not have heavenly tribulation after becoming a great origin-level creature? I was just late. The old man said softly. The Zhou clan's people were all moved. Some of them were thinking to themselves, quickly understanding what was going on. Previously, in the sky dome above, the three emperor weapons sealed the heavens, confronting the creature behind the sacrificial ground. That was a contest of supreme existences, blocking even the heavenly tribulation. It could even be said that the two supreme existences intimidated everything. Even the great tribulation of evolved beings didn't dare approach, unable to appear. Just now, the three artifacts and the sacrificial ground disappeared, no longer sealing the heavens. As such, the old man and the strange dragon's heavenly tribulation began to appear again. Meanwhile, Chu Feng understood more than the Zhou clan's people. He believed that after the three emperor weapons and the sacrificial ground disappeared, the stone jar on his body also helped the old man conceal himself momentarily. That was why only when the old man really acted too pretentiously just now, walking out of the palace with his hands behind his back, did he start to be struck by lightning when he was too far from Chu Feng. Roar! The old man was in an extremely miserable state, struggling in the distance. It was because he became a great origin-level expert, an exceptional figure among great existences. Meanwhile, his tribulation had just arrived, so it was naturally great and terrifying. He was submerged in lightning radiance, his entire body covered in electrical arcs, covered in blood. His skin, bones, and inner organs had long been pierced through. Soon after, he encountered the great life and death tribulation. Even further out, the strange dragon was also in a miserable state. First, its hair was disheveled, and then it even directly turned into a silkworm, its entire body covered in cracks. The two of them were crossing tribulation, suffering between life and death. Do you see? That negative example is too excessive. Not even the heavens able to continue watching, starting to strike him. Zhoubo spoke. Even though he knew what was going on, he still couldn't help but mock the old man. It's so painful. Damn it, this heavenly tribulation really came at the wrong time. I wasn't even prepared. The old man was resentful. However, it was useless no matter what he said now. Lightning radiance was endless, drowning him out. This great tribulation continued for an extremely long time. Regardless of whether it was the old man or the strange dragon, they both almost completely died, struggling with difficulty. Half of each of their bodies had turned into ashes. In the end, they crawled up from the scorched earth, slowly recovering their bodies. In reality, Chu Feng should also be crossing tribulation, but he had the stone jar on him. Even if it didn't completely recover now, it could still conceal the mysteries of heaven, preventing the great tribulation from appearing and sensing him. After the old man and the strange dragon crossed tribulation, their bodies recovered, and only after a long time did they enter the palace hall. Meanwhile, at this time, Many things happened at the Yang Realm's realm wall. Li Clan's old monster also went, falling into the abyss. Ji Clan's ultimate expert also entered the battlefield. The old man and the strange dragon were both shocked. At that realm wall, there were two more true immortals. Now, there were a total of 3 fallen experts. The 3 abysses all opened, and 3 great experts fell within. However, the abyss the Feather Emperor was in was shining. He didn't fail, and his figure could even be seen, about to subdue that fallen true immortal. Apart from this, a few people from the fallen immortal king race came as well. Their realms were all below true immortals, and they were all quite indifferent and arrogant, challenging the outstanding talents of the various clans in the Yang realm. It's time for my Zhou clan to make an appearance. The few great clans are destined to enter the battlefield. Zhoushi's face was full of worry. She was afraid that the elders of her clan would fail and die there. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll go take care of these people. Chu Feng spoke, consoling she. After the old man heard this, he laughed even more. He looked at Zhou Bo and said, "Old Zhou, look, the young generation's struggle for supremacy has also begun. Beg me, as a young hero of the present age, I can take action on behalf of your Zhou clan. Do you still have any shame?" Zhou Bo's expression was pitch black. This negative example was actually trembling. However, it seemed like they really needed this kind of young, great primordial existence to take action. The old man said proudly, "I, Gu Chunhai, am full of heroic bearing. My brother Chu Feng and I are known as the peerless pair of geniuses. We will sweep through all experts below the fallen true, immortal level together." The strange dragon became anxious and said, "What about me? Count me in. Even if I can't take action, I'm still a member of the 4 Great Beauties group. You can't expel me. My name has to be sung in this great battle." The old man didn't pay him any attention. He looked at Zhou Bo and said, "Old Zhou, beg me. Let me ask who will rise and fall in the present age. Let's look at the peerless pair of geniuses of our younger generation." The people of the Zhou clan all had strange expressions as they silently looked at him. They felt that this person was too shameless. Zhou Bo's face twitched as he said, "Back then, you were the brother-gnawing clan and relied on Li Su. Now you're going to become the brother-gnawing demon." Third Sect Master, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.